Oh my God. Hello, Behemoth. Tell me if my audio is too loud or too quiet. Oh my God. Oh wait. Hello, Behemoth. I had my stream open. Yes. Tell me if my audio is too loud or if it's okay. Because I turned up my gain. I think that's the term for it. I changed my yeah, it was so quiet last time, which was really frustrating. So I've tried to rectify the problem. The thing is like on on OBS. Okay, did I just peek there? Am I peeking right now? I'm turning down the gain just a little bit, not too much though. Because okay, on OBS it says that I'm like going into the red, which is scary. It makes it OBS is so dramatic. It's like, oh my God, you're being so loud. Oh my God, we're gonna die. Like that's what it's telling me right now. OBS is like, ah, panicking. This guy reached out to me. Okay, are your ears actually? You're joking, I assume. But this guy reached out to me to do like YouTube editing, so I'm going to let him do that, which is good. That'll be nice. Mm. Mm-hmm. I think this stream is otherwise good. But yeah, we're gonna do Hippie Dippy. I also I also want to talk about anti-work a little bit before stream. But I'm gonna give that a second. Mm-hmm. Hey, hey, incredible. I love every single chatter. Every single one of you who sends messages holds a very special place in my heart as an ideal, perfect person. Yeah, I do. It's true. Chatters are the best. But I'm cringe. You doubt it? That's ridiculous. You should have faith. Absolute faith in my absolute and overwhelming love. I recognize everyone on the left except the second to the top. That is G.K. Chesterton. Mm-hmm. You know what I want to do? I want to get lots of plastic surgery. That's my goal. I want to get breast implants and also fat transfer and also rhinoplasty and also eyelid changing and also, that sounds bad. I mean, like removing the fat so my eyes are less hooded, basically, is the goal. Um, and also hairline lowering and also lip lift. And then also Adam's apple. It's called tracheal shave. There are probably other ones, but I'm not thinking of them right now. You'll definitely disagree with me eventually, Hans. You'll probably hate me for something that I'll say. I have lost like friendships because people disliked my politics so much. Because I was too far right. Your voice doesn't change at all when you remove the Adam's apple. I think I have reasonable politics, of course. Yeah, I mean, like apple is like a byproduct of your voice changing. I know that a lot of times when people get their Adam's apple removed, they also get like voice feminization surgery, which will make it like very hard for them to go very deep. All my old friends chose the state over me. Brutal. The last time I lost a friend over politics, it was because they posted a Jordan Peterson video. And Jordan Peterson was saying that women wear makeup to be like sexually suggestive. And I was like, yeah, not consciously, but that's like why makeup is effective. That's like why blush appeals to our little monkey brains. Because like some part of it recognizes it as like an arousal response. And she was like, I don't know, she really did not like that. I also said that because I think Jordan Peterson makes the claim that it's not obvious that men and women can work together. Um, and he claims that we've only been working together in, you know, a modern economy, in offices and so on, for a very short period of time. And so, and there's also been quite a lot of suffering. A lot of women have dealt with an enormous amount of sexual harassment and so on. And so Jordan Peterson's, what he's saying is that, well, we don't know if that's just a function of men and women working together in the modern office environment, or if there needs to be some sort of segregation or some sort of, rearrangement economically or socially to prevent that kind of harassment. And of course, I don't know, it's a serious question. It's a serious challenge to the feminist, the feminist notion that like women ought to work with men and women can do all the same things and so on. Yeah, Jordan B. Peterson's recent climate change denial is cringe. Honestly, his takes on climate change are like very I think they're very surface level. Yeah, purple lipstick or green eyeliner. I mean, so there is data to suggest that high contrast around the lips and the eyes contributes to higher rated attractiveness. So creating high contrast in any way is probably going to have an effect. But the thing is that that effect might be canceled out by like unnatural colors also not appealing to the little monkey brain, right? So, and that might vary from person to person, but like there are studies to indicate that high contrast of any sort of color has like some effect. Why does it seem more reasonable to change the whole workplace structure and not just like reduce sexual garb and bad implications? That is like an interesting solution, right? It doesn't sound like a very liberal solution to require people to dress down. Um, I mean, that sounds like, you put the modern woman in a hijab. Yeah, maybe that does reduce sexual harassment. But of course, liberals are not going to approve of that kind of solution. And I don't know if that would reduce, sexual harassment, but maybe it does seem like there needs to be some sort of. I responded to this post, not AI. Oh, wait, where was this? Oh, Taftash and conservative complaints about college wokeism. Taftash doesn't have much evidence for liberal left bias and its negative results in academia. Anecdote and official statements are not enough. Okay, so they do indicate that there's an immediate study that says professors do seem to be more liberal left, which I have seen data on this before. It looks like they've also aggregated it here. Oh, is this by. Is this. Interesting. I mean, I think I'd have to go over this in a longer process. But my fundamental argument is that if you have an intellectual center of society that shapes the established narrative, right, where everything you know about the world is understood via this sort of intellectual organ, and that intellectual organ tends to lean politically left, it's going to influence people's opinions. Now, I mean, the thing about like, do students come out like more left wing after like going to colleges than before? I'm not sure they do. So if that's the critique, then like they're saying that the core of political beliefs develop between 15 to 18 range. I would believe that if there's like good data to suggest that. But that's also not really speaking to my argument. Because my argument's more, it's a little bit broader than that. Whoa. Okay, I mean, they're also making a good point that there's like a huge degree of nepotism, which I also think is a problem. But I also don't think these are like mutually exclusive problems. These are sort of directly tied to each other, where they're both examples of like a lack of meritocracy. Those are my first impressions. Oh, I want to talk about anti-work. Okay, anti-work. It's very bad. It's very bad. I think that there's a serious crisis of meaning in our modern environment because ideally you should want work, right? You should have things worth working towards, right? You should want to sacrifice for the people around you, for your family, for your children, for your spouse, for your community, or, and I'm going to use this word loosely, for God. And what I mean by that is for like the pursuit of higher virtue, whatever that be, right? So not necessarily the Christian God, but whatever you believe in that is outside of yourself and virtuous. And so when we see people leave work in droves, and you see this in like the lying flat movement in China as well, what we're really seeing is a rejection of the liberal modern conception of work and of what makes work life worth living, which is that like you can live for consumerism, for material success. And all these progressives and lefty people who focus and drill down on the materialism of the world and tell you that there's no spirituality to it, they are deeply poisoning, I think, the modern world and the minds of the people around them. Because your ancestors worked extraordinarily hard and had not nearly the kind of material excess that you do in the modern day, right? You eat like kings and you have greater access to knowledge than any researcher of any era in the past. So we surround ourselves with enormous privilege, the ability to communicate with people from across the world, to bring light into a room with the flick of the wrist. These are powers that would seem godlike to the past human being. And yet we look out at the world and what do we see? We see lowering, decreasing birth rates. We see higher rates of anxiety, drug use, overdose, increasing rates of depression. We see people who don't even want to work, who want to lie down, right? And they just want to feed themselves on whatever food they can scrounge up, right? Reduce themselves to like half-living organisms that just exist to consume media. And it seems to me an incredible mark on the inability of the modern liberal project to deliver. I think that we see again and again that it's not materialism or success or GDP line go up that's important, but rather the centering of transcendental values that makes life worth living. And not only that, but the centering of people outside of yourself, right? I think the progressive narrative has been over and over that your pleasure matters, right? It's the sexual revolution. It's the idea that like you should just do whatever you want. You should have absolute freedom to pursue whatever pleasures or ends, you want without having any dedication, right? Or need to sacrifice for others. And we've seen how incredibly disastrous it's been over and over. And I want to contrast that to the Chinese lying flat movement, because the Chinese lying flat movement is similar in many ways. It's also about reducing work time. But one thing that I've been impressed with is that lying flat feels more like a rejection of consumerism, a rejection of the 9-6-6 work culture, working 9 to 6 days a week in China, that demands young Chinese people smash themselves, destroy their bodies against, the rocks of a career in order to gain status and prestige so they can buy the newest cars, the fanciest clothes, stay in the best Beijing apartments, and so on. And yet, where does it get them? Nowhere. And so lying flat, I think, is about recentering what's important in your life in a way that anti-work, the pettiness and the childlikeness of people posting about how they hate work and we should just have everything provided by the government doesn't capture. That's my absolute screed on anti-work. I think it's a real demonstration of how progressives are always pushing to just get a little bit more far left. And we just keep doing this. No, I don't think Ayn Rand is concerned about others. And this would be like a great critique of her philosophy. But I would not say that I agree with any of the people on the side of my screen wholly. They're all very different people. I think I tried to collect a group of who I consider like political outsiders, political weirdos, and then also on the bottom, some people who were very foundational to philosophical thinking. I mean, the whole coercion under capitalism. Here's the fact, people. Coercion is going to happen under any system. If you go back to hunter-gatherer times, you need to work or you will die of starvation. If you live in a perfect communist utopia society, but as long as scarcity exists, some people need to work, right? And there needs to be some sort of incentive structure to work. But in the modern day, you are incredibly privileged with the ability to reduce your workload if necessary. And that's what Tengping lying flat is about. It's about reducing your workload and recentering in life what is important to you. And I think that is admirable, right? I think that is something to pursue. But when you have people going on Fox News and talking about how laziness is a virtue, absolutely not. I mean, this is the result of this disastrous, consequentialist, pleasure-centered view of the world that states what matters most is always just like the immediate short term and not the generations or civilization or community around you. Okay, I'm gonna get ask my YouTube editor to turn that into its own video, hopefully. Have you heard the interpretation that Nietzsche is a gender abolitionist? No, I have not. That's interesting. But he rejected many standards. Yeah, it is kind of ridiculous. The rich people have 6 houses, which stand empty while people are homeless. No, I don't think the role of the state is to like act like your mother. I think the role of the state ought to be the preservation and guarding of values within its borders. So you need like a strong military to allow the people within the borders of a state to not worry about external threats. And then you also need the state to intervene in the economy where the economy is showing externalized costs, right? So like, I think that like fast food is like one of these things that we've had sort of discourse on in the past few days on Twitter. And the production of fast food is the kind of thing that is creating incredibly addictive, health training foods that are not promoting societal well-being. And so the government should like intervene to increase the cost of that kind of material. For example, taxing sugar. And then you can use the sugar tax to create infrastructure or programs that benefit people as a whole. Yeah, I don't think we should abolish genders either. What do I think about social programs, welfare, social security? Does the government have any responsibility to provide for the individual needs? I don't think the government has a moral responsibility to provide for individual needs. But in any government, right, it's going to happen basically because people are going to demand it. And so be it, right? People have the prerogative to mandate that the government provide for people's needs. But I don't think responsibility necessarily exists there. Yeah, I've heard about Georgism a little bit. Very popular on Twitter. Why wouldn't you say there's a responsibility? In general, I think that the state should avoid concerning itself too much with the private interests of citizens wherever possible. So, the extent to which the government intervenes in people's lives should be where there is significant studies backing the efficacy of that kind of intervention. And so I think that, like, for example, offering a public health option, a good public health option, is one of these cases where pooling the risk of a great number of people can create good outcomes on the other end. So that would be one example of like where the government should intervene. And the government at its best is essentially like a third party contractor between individuals. And so we can imagine like any policy that people might implement, right? Where perhaps both, we'll take environmental regulations. Individual A would engage in environmental regulation of his own company and would prefer a world where everyone does that. But he knows that if he does it, his competitor will take advantage and run him out of business. And his competitor actually feels the same way to a more or lesser degree, where he would also prefer a world where environmental regulation is respected and both companies operate on an even playing field. However, neither can commit to environmental regulation policy within their own company without fear of the other one defecting and running them out of business. So the government is an effective third-party contractor who can make sure that these both people are agreeing to engage in environmental regulation with each other. I'm glad you thought I did a good job. I try. Israel's complicated, but I don't know. I think that the claim that like Israel's this like terrible ethno state. Oh, I should join. We're gonna do Hippie Dippy.
Hello, Taff.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
We can hear you loud and clear. I guess that was my fault. I'm adding you in the group DM, but you're already here. That was.
Oh, you're all good. Yeah, I was just in the waiting room.
So we've got a lot of new faces on tonight. Parker, Adam Suffin, Mr. Watson. I'm interested to know if you've ever watched a Hippie Dippy.
I have before, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure you know what you're getting yourselves into. It's
yeah, I've probably watched not every episode, but damn near close.
okay, yeah.
That's
I mean,
impressive.
Oh yeah.
He was at Freer Fest, I believe.
Oh yeah, I was at For Your Future Fest. Oh yeah, I was there too. Yeah, that was the Vosh and Destiny debate, I believe.
So how's everyone feeling? Gearing up for a good discussion.
I'm hyped.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's
I'm
good.
excited.
I think it'll be a good one.
Definitely.
You've got to be careful of that Castley. He looks very calm now, but give him an hour.
Yeah, I like debates. So.
Superpower Broadcasting. You're Castley.
Yeah, I'm Kevin
Yeah.
Castley. I'm the host of Superpower Broadcasting, and you are Taf Taj. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yeah, good job. That's actually,
Okay.
you pronounce it better than 99% of people on Twitch so far. So
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're
how
killing
do they
it.
pronounce it?
I think they get the J and the A mixed up. So they'll say Tafja is a common one. Yeah.
What?
It's a major problem for Destiny. I think he has the verbal skills of a 3-year-old sometimes. So
Ooh, well, he's gonna be here
Yeah.
apparently. So, where is Destiny actually?
he can talk very quickly, but not always accurately sometimes.
He thinks he's a star, so he's going to arrive late. That's
Yeah. I mean, he can kind of get away with that. It's always cringe when Haas does it, because Haas, I mean, he's not really a star yet. He's more of a, as he would say, a black hole vacuum vortex.
I take it you want to debate Haz again.
Oh, I'm down to debate him again. The problem with that was it took almost 8 months to get him to come and sit down for one debate, because his whole point was that he refused to debate me at
So
a
I
time that would
relate
work for both
to
of
Destiny
us, because
as,
he
like,
felt that it was
league anger.
emasculating, so he was only going to debate me when I had a pre-scheduled show. So
What a
yeah.
Chad.
Well, he said, he's like, really, you're just going to react to CNN? You cancel now and you come and talk to me if you're a clout chaser, if you're a tiger and all this. And I'm just like, 1, these are my friends. 2, they have 10 times your subscribers. And 3, you can fuck off. We'll debate when you get over that. And it took him almost 8 months before he finally conceded to debate. So my guess is he's not going to debate again for like at least until the summer, but we'll see.
So far, he's been on the height proving crusade, trying to show that the picture is tilted. AI has apparently proved it at this point. Machine
yeah, he brought
learning.
out graphs and charts to try to prove #stop the tilt and all this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What's so great about it is the actual angle that was skewed to made it look like it was skewed in his favor. But Destiny's definitely taller. Like, there's no question in my mind
Yeah.
that Destiny is at least an inch taller than Haas at this point. But I never would have thought about that if he didn't make a big stink about it. Nobody ever would have wondered
Even like
who was
considered
taller.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So welcome to
it's-
Twitch politics, Parker. Adam
But it's
Suffin.
fascinating because like
Yeah,
Destiny
thank
has
you.
been called like Nomi for years, and like all the right wing people like constantly made fun of him for being short. But like Nick Fuentes is like 5'2" or something.
Oh yeah, no, Nick Fuentes. When he's in front of his stupid green screen, that's how we started getting a lot of the views on my channel. Was when I went after Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes' green screen is so cheap, and him in front of it looks so disproportionate. And we always thought, like, what the hell happened to him? Is he like 90 pounds or what's going on here? But he's now giving his 12-year-old followers dating advice when he admits that he's never even kissed a girl before. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, the absolute state of Groyper politics. It's beyond cringe. And the next time a Nick Fuentes fan writes something like "you're gay" in the chat or in the comments, just remember they're 12 years old and this is the edgiest phase of their life. And in 5 years, they're going to look back on this and think it was total cringe. Nick Fuentes, in contrast, won't be able to get a job at KFC in 5 years. So,
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to either, to be fair.
I just saw that bit about Charlie Kirk's TP USA when a bunch of Groypers showed up, and like those people looked like they're like 2 days away from a mental breakdown and like shooting up a fucking beauty salon or something.
oh yeah, those guys were older though. Those guys were like in their 20s or 30s. Nick Fuentes fans now, when he did his little stink at CPAC and got kicked out, he's like, let's flip and go. They're all like 12, 13, 14. The oldest guy there was like 20 probably. He was the oldest dude there. So all those guys, they probably moved on to edgy or neo-Nazis at this point, those older guys. But I remember that. I remember the Groyper Wars.
Mhm.
We covered the Groyper Wars on my channel. We got absolutely flooded with anti-Semites calling me a Jew, you know, as if it's an insult. So
Yeah, fucking
never forget.
crazy. I mean, but Fuentes has still been able to like meet with politicians and actually, I mean, he has had an impact on Charlie Kirk and moved him, which is, I mean, it's pretty impressive. I think for the degree to which Fuentes has been repeatedly deplatformed and sort of widely mocked, like he's still managed to have a sizable impact.
oh yeah, but it's a temporary thing. He better be saving his money because I'm serious. He's not going to be able to get a job even in fast food after, because anybody who Googles his name is going to see, oh, he's an anti-Semite. Well, I can give a job to somebody else or I can give it to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is not liked by basically anybody in conservative politics that actually has serious influence besides like a few crazies that aren't going to be relevant in 5 to 10 years in my view. Because like I don't think the Trump brigade is going to last personally. I don't see that lasting. I see all of them being discredited. They're already being discredited right now. I mean, we're going to be talking about Ukraine, for example. I mean, their whole America First ideology is just posting their L's basically. And, you know, in 5 to 10 years, nobody on their side is going to be an isolationist in my view. So,
Hey, we're just waiting for one more
Maybe.
person. Destiny, mic check.
Checking. Hello?
Perfect.
Fuck
Alright.
you, Danabo.
Thank you. Stop quote tweeting me. I can't take the
Stop
Dalibin.
tweeting dumb shit about me then.
No.
Well, then I'm gonna keep quote tweeting you.
Okay.
I'm gonna bully the fuck out of you, okay?
Perfect. I love it.
So it begins. Hippie TV Roundtable.
Hello?
Yeah, you can keep talking. By the way, we're just waiting for one
Yeah,
more.
why'd you guys all stop talking?
It's the Destiny
Yeah.
effect. That's...
Pixel, you the person I fought with that do I hate you?
Yeah, you hate me.
Do I hate you?
What
Yeah,
did
you hate me.
Okay, just keeping track
Yeah.
of things.
What's the beef?
All right.
It started with him calling me a sea lion, which I didn't even know what that fucking meant.
oh wow.
Damn, what was
Wait,
that?
what do you guys fight over? Like what politics?
Well, we're probably closer in politics than it comes across, but
You're Australian. Don't you guys drown your illegal immigrants over there?
yeah, we don't drown them, but we do have a very bad immigration policy. Yeah, nearly as bad as yours.
So you what do you what, excuse me? Do you know how many people immigrate to the United States every year? What do you mean nearly as bad as ours?
Oh, because so many people go there, it means that the immigration system is good.
It's backed up because everybody wants to be here, okay? Nobody wants to go die in Australia to your
Oh, I'm
to your
sorry
competitors,
that,
okay?
of course. I forgot the underlying assumption here was that America first. I forgot, sorry.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm
we
so
do.
sorry.
You know, we probably do agree on most things. I like to hear that. True.
Whoa.
The
can everybody hear me?
Australian system is backed up too by years. So
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Let-
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I would like to welcome you all to the Hippie Dippy Roundtable. This will be the 53rd episode on YouTube, and I'd like to thank you all for taking time out of your busy Fridays to join us. We have a lot of new guests and exciting guests, so we're going to jump right into it with introduction before going through the rules. Alex Stein is running a little late. Apparently, he's never used Discord before, and so he's trying to figure that out on the job today, but I'm sure he'll be here in a bit. We're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Adam Something. Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Adam. I like trains. I make videos about transit and urban planning and also politics. And the latter is why people usually get mad at me. But, if you don't like it, well, get fucked. You don't have to watch. That's me.
Damn.
Happy to have you here. We love it when more video essayists come on different platforms and do different types of content, like debate content. I love to see that. Now we're going to throw it over to Christian, who I haven't seen since Freerfest. So it's good to see you again, Christian.
You too, man. You
My
too.
camera's
So
on
I'm Christian
their
Watson. I'm the
screen.
host of a YouTube podcast show called Pensive Politics, which lives on my YouTube channel called Christian Watson. I make political, social, and cultural commentary, which is backed up more by a philosophical viewpoint, which unfortunately is something that is sorely missing from the discourse today. Most folks take talking points and run with them. I try to dig deeper and look at underlying principles and see how things connect throughout history and the world.
Okay.
And so I look forward to a good conversation tonight.
Should be on now.
Okay. He's also been featured on the BBC as well, which good for you, Christian.
Oh, yeah. And Fox News. Yeah.
Wonderful. Throwing it over to Destiny, who has a lovely smile.
Hi, I hate the BBC and I hate trains and urban planning. My name is Destiny. I am a far left or center left person, depending on who you talk to. And yeah, I look forward to screaming at everybody tonight.
Wonderful. Destiny has a long record of having friendly relationships with reporters. We're going to throw it over to Parker.
Hey, what's up? My name is Parker. I run a TikTok platform. You might know me from the Jubilee episode that I was in. I normally just debate on TikTok about vaccines, other topics like that. I'm on the left, if you do know me. But yeah, I'm excited to be here and excited to debate.
I saw you were debating vaccines earlier today. Is that correct?
Yeah, I do that every day on my platform.
Something about COVID getting on oranges?
Oh, yeah, no. Some person was talking, it's just some anti-vaxxer came in and talked about how they used a PCR test to test it orange, and it came back positive. So they were using that to say that we don't even know that the virus exists. But yeah.
Wonderful. Also, could you clarify which Jubilee episode you were on for the viewers?
Why do you
Yeah,
know
I was
that?
on.
I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was on liberal teens versus conservative parents. If you all do want to check that out.
Wonderful. Gonna throw it over to Pixel Smixel.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Pixel. I cover the news at an ungodly hour for most Americans. So if you're up too late and you see me on, you're up too late. I am too left for some, not left enough for others, and yeah, that's about me. I cover the
Wonderful.
news, and I have a great American accent. I'm everybody's favorite American political commentator.
Wonderful. Now we're gonna throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Thanks, Dylan. It's great to be here. I'm Kevin Castley. I'm the host of Superpower Broadcasting. We stream 7 days a week to Twitch and upload content every day to YouTube. I'm going to be getting back into uploading premieres as well to YouTube, so be sure to subscribe on both platforms if you want to keep up with me. I'm also on Twitter at Kevin Castley, and if you'd like to debate me, you can send me a DM over there. I like debates. Let's go.
Wonderful. Now we're gonna go throw it over to William Howard Taft.
Thank you, Dylan. Excellent. Throw it over, as always. I go by Taftaj on the internet. You can call me April if that's easier. I consider myself center-right, sort of odd, weird politics, but my goal is to model a version of right-wingedness that is free of some of the more toxic elements that is typically associated with that political position. So yeah.
Happy to have you. And Alex Stein of the Conspiracy Castle will be here soon. He is famous for a lot of hits on the internet, which I'm sure he'll talk about soon, such as being the person who sung that vaccine song at that city council meeting that was viral very recently. I'm very interested to have him on as well. He'll be on in a bit. So we're going to jump on to the first topic after clarifying some rules. The first rule is we won't do anything against Twitch terms of service. Obviously, a bunch of us are streaming this on Twitch, and we would like to keep our jobs and feed ourselves. And I would hope that you have enough interest in the show that you would like us to keep our show. That's the first rule. The second rule is when I'm talking, no one else is talking. If it's difficult to hear me, you just turn up the volume. I am not talking to give my opinions. Everybody knows what my opinions are. They're pretty left wing, but I try to keep them out of moderation duties. And so if I'm talking, I'm merely trying to moderate. So please try to recognize my voice before this whole thing starts. Thirdly, we will not be attacking people's immutable characteristics. I don't care if you're mean. My job is not to moderate you into a nice person or to give you like some moral character tonight. My only rule
I think the
is that
mic
you do not
should
go after
be
people's
slightly
immutable
better
characteristics,
now.
sex, gender, race, etc. If you can do that, I would greatly appreciate it. Other than that, I think that's most of the rules. The format is simple. We will have short intros and outros that are uninterruptible. You don't interrupt other people during those periods, and an open period in between. If you find it difficult to deal with this format, because I know having 8 people in a room all wanting to talk is difficult, as a last resort, raise your hand. I'll write your name down and make sure the conversation eventually gets over to you. But I will let the conversation go naturally unless I see it get too disorderly. Then I will interrupt, and I hold the liberty to mute if it gets too out of hand. It's not personal. I just need to give order. I am not an anarchist. I am an authoritarian, and you will feel that wrath today. Wonderful. Does everybody understand the rules? Any
Yep.
questions?
Yep.
Wonderful. Yep. To you understand the rules, or yep? Do
Yes.
you have questions?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
The first one, yes.
The first one, so you understand the rules. Good. Okay. So the first topic is I made it a little broader because we have some non-Americans today. Pixel. And so the question. Oh, and Kevin. Should the West help Ukraine? You can, of course, talk about this from an American perspective or a Canadian perspective or an Australian perspective. Should the West be helping Ukraine at this moment as tensions continue to rise between Ukraine and Russia? I will make one clarification before we start. Unless the people clarify before a topic during their intro segment, assume that everybody here today are not experts on every given topic. And please get information from other sources. This is a political panel on Twitch, on the internet. This is not the people debating in Oxford. Just make that very clear for everybody at home. We're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Adam Something.
Thank you. So for the record, I am not American either. I am Hungarian, from Eastern Europe, the hotspot of the events. So the question, should the US support Ukraine? The answer is yes. Are you fucking nuts? Like, it's a slam dunk both economically and geopolitically. Ukraine is a nation that fought essentially a civil war to align itself with the West. And so we cannot really, and they petitioned us for help. And by us, I mean NATO and NATO-aligned countries, which we commonly understand as the West. After that, for us to promise help and then break that promise and let them be overrun by Russia would be a huge geopolitical loss for the West, which would lead all kinds of other possible concessions or possible problems down the line. So I would say if we show strength now and help out, not with troops on the ground, no one is discussing troops on the ground, but equipment and generally threatening Russia with sanctions. So then that would be a good thing, essentially. The other argument is, of course, economical. Ukraine is a very rich country in natural resources. They have significant industries from aviation to rocketry, and they are going to be the next agricultural superpower because 25% of all the world's black soil is located within Ukraine, which is like the best type of soil on the planet. Having them inside eventually in the European trade bloc will lead to essentially lower food prices and all sorts of other benefits. And I oppose what Russia is doing, and I think you should too, because, well, I oppose it because I don't like imperialism, and I support Ukraine, and I think we should support Ukraine, just like how we should support Taiwan against China, i.e. a larger neighbor threatening to invade the smaller neighbor, or, that funny German gentleman who thought that, who essentially invaded German-majority areas of Czech Republic back then. I supported the smaller country in both cases and opposed the larger one for imperialistic reasons, and that's my standard.
I had no clue you were so old that you supported Czechoslovakia during that conflict.
Yeah, well,
you're truly a man of experience.
You might be surprised.
Throwing it over to Christian.
Yeah, so a lot of folks might look at this matter through a geopolitical lens. I like to see it as the sort of philosopher in me likes to see it through a sort of moral lens, because I do think that when we ask ourselves, should someone do something or support something, we're ultimately asking a moral question. If we're not asking a moral question, then we're not asking a question that necessarily compels us to do anything. But since moral questions oftentimes include rules and principles that are binding on people, or at least if they are good moral questions, they will, then that ought to be the dimension that this is approached from. Now, this is not to say the geopolitical dimension is not important. It most certainly is important. I think that it is quite important that President Biden has pulled not quote unquote non-essential diplomatic staff from Ukraine, which has made the president of Ukraine quite angry and has made him say that this is going to cause diplomatic capital to be eroded. I think that it is quite important that the American media is now buzzing over war, which has also made the president of Ukraine pretty angry and has called him, which has compelled him to say to ask people to moderate their tones, and really a lot of people in Ukraine, at least according to news reports, seem to be handling this better, than a lot of us over in America or even other parts of the West. Because this is quite routine for them. Russian aggression is quite routine for them. They understand how the cookie crumbles. But ultimately, the moral question is this, and I'm going to ultimately shift this question towards America, because I don't think the West as a whole has the same moral stake in Ukraine. I think different countries have different stakes in this situation. Germany, for example, has a pipeline that goes throughout there that Russia is obviously very interested in preserving, and that's a very different moral stake than what America may have in Ukraine. I don't think that the Americans have a moral obligation to help Ukraine really in any way, shape, or form. Now, does this mean that we shouldn't? Well, it depends. In which way would we? Since there's a moral obligation, this is a more open-ended question. If there was a moral obligation, then that means we would have the necessity to do so. I don't mind us using our diplomatic authority to try to challenge Putin's march westward. I don't mind us trying to do that. I do think that sanctions, obviously, in a time when inflation is at an all-time high and a time when supply chains are disrupted all around the world, sanctions would obviously not necessarily be an ideal mechanism to deal with this. And fundamentally, they're also not a really moral mechanism to deal with this as well. You cannot morally stop someone from buying or selling with another private party unless they are buying and selling goods that were stolen or something of that sort. So that's probably not a very good idea. But if we want to use diplomatic authority to challenge Putin, I have no problem with that. When it gets to sanctions, and even worse, when it gets to troops on the ground, that's when I have a problem. Because not only is the moral obligation not there, there are numerous geopolitical consequences and diplomatic consequences to such a strong show of force. So that's my opinion on the matter.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Christian. And we're going to throw it over to... Oh, 1 second. Somebody asked, can you just explain what a conservatarian is quick, like in one sentence?
Oh, yeah. So a conservatarian is someone who holds tradition to be paramount in the American sense, but also believes in the principle of individual liberty.
Okay, wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Destiny for their intro on the topic.
Sounds pretty based.
Yes.
Wonderful.
I think the United States, should probably intervene. I think everything's been said on both sides of this, but to echo some of what was said earlier, I think that we kind of have the moral right here in terms of defending Ukraine's right to self-governance. It's also important to signal to NATO and fellow NATO allied countries that we're going to take a stand if Russia decides to expand aggressively in directions where it shouldn't. I think it's a pretty common sense thing that I don't think the question is, the answer to your question, I don't think, is whether we should support Ukraine. It's in what capacity should we support Ukraine? Because I don't think just weapons on the ground is anywhere near enough to overcome Russian superiority when it comes to air, land, or sea. So the question, I think, becomes more like, is this like a boots on the ground type of thing? Is it an air support kind of thing? Or is it just like some sort of other, we support them on ground with supplies and then we sanction Russia or withdraw them from certain international things like SWIFT or whatever in order to pressure Russia away from doing anything?
Wonderful. It seems that a certain person from the Conspiracy Castle with a new hit song about vaccines has entered. Would you like to introduce yourself and give a quick intro on, it's about Ukraine, I assume you figured.
Yes, guys. I'm Primetime 99 Alex Stein. I'm on the grind all the time. I'm the host of the Conspiracy Castle. I'm your conspiracy asshole. And do I need to make my statement on Ukraine as well? Or
would you like to wait a second to collect your thoughts?
Oh, yeah.
Sure, I'll let you wait a second.
I'll go to. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And sorry for being late. I'm such a boomer. I don't know how to work Discord. So now I got to work it. Now I'm cooking with gas. So
it's okay. You're on a musical tour. You're the next Ariana Grande.
There you go. So I'm always a little late. I'm a diva.
We're gonna throw it over to Parker.
So I think what the West should do is pretty basic here. I think that obviously, like what other people have said, we should support through like defensive weapons and sanctions. I think there are lots of economic things that we can do in order to hinder Russia's ability to intervene in Ukraine. I don't think that Russia's economy could actually sustain any type of long-term war or an event or intervention against NATO in Ukraine. So depending on like what Russia does, I think we should determine what to do based upon that. And based upon like what we have right now, I think sanctions and defensive weapons would be things in order to mitigate any harm that could possibly happen. But depending on what they do, we should change how we intervene.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Pixel.
I mostly agree with the other leftists on this panel. But to provide some context, Australia already is helping Ukraine. I think they requested cybersecurity support and we gave it to them. So that is already happening kind of at least around NATO allies. There is also, I don't know if you guys know, that there are 6 Russian ships currently in Irish waters intending to do some sort of like war, demo kind of things between ships. And there's currently like a whole bunch of Irish fishing boats out there protesting that. So just like adding some context, because I genuinely agree with sovereignty being important, but I think also it's very difficult from an outsider perspective to understand what is going on within Ukraine, as there has been so much different groups of people go through Ukraine. There's quite like a rich cultural history, but there's also lots of differing opinions. I think we should overall support their right to sovereignty if asked for. Also, I do know that some of the groups that are pushing back against Russia are on the far right. I just think these things are incredibly complex. I don't think that, for me personally, I would ever have enough information to know exactly what they need. But if it is asked for by a democratic government, I think that the West should probably intervene.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Thanks, Dylan. Yeah, so basically, as far as the situation in Ukraine is concerned, I think that we obviously need to set some terms to define right at the start. So when you talk about the potential invasion by Russia in Ukraine, what we kind of imply in that, without necessarily thinking about it, is that we're accepting as status quo their existing invasion as already conducted. And so Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014 and has actually, as a matter of fact, occupied the Crimean Peninsula and are still occupying it. They've even placed troops and everything in there. They forced them as basically to be a part of their country. They as well have forces in Donetsk and Luhansk, what they call People's Republics, Novorossiya, whatever. It's basically occupied Russian territory, like what they did in Georgia in 2008, occupying South Ossetia and Abkhazia. This is basically a repeat of that, but on a larger scale. So when we talk about a potential invasion, we should clarify what we're talking about is Putin going to expand his existing invasion, his existing occupation into a further incursion? I think it really depends on our response proactively if we're going to see a broader war there. So Putin has put upwards of 175,000 troops on the border, in the border areas, and he's got about 20,000 forces in Donetsk and Luhansk areas. So we're talking about potentially up to 200,000, though it could be as low as 120,000. That's a significant force. The entire Ukrainian army numbers about 220,000 or so. So we're talking about a significant capacity from a nuclear power to intimidate Ukraine into submission, basically. Now, people will say, they'll talk about, well, basically the U.S. made some promise to Gorbachev at the tail end of the Soviet Union. It should be clear that that was never actually formalized. It was never an agreed upon treaty or anything not to expand NATO. As well, of course, none of those leaders are in charge today. Putin wasn't there, and Biden wasn't there, and of course, the Ukrainians weren't there, Poles weren't there, etc. This ultimately does break down to the myth of consensual sex meme that you'll see, which is like, oh, well, Ukraine consents, NATO consents, And then Putin's like, isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? Getting triggered and everything. And so he has no business in Ukraine. He's already there, unfortunately. Nobody's arguing to go in and get Crimea back. That territory's lost now. But if we're going to learn our lesson, I mean, unless you're Wisbopin, I think he's probably the only one advocating for literally invading Russia. But what we need to do is we need to learn our lesson here. And what we need to say is, we're not going to repeat 2014. We need to actually send troops over there as the West to stand up for the sovereign right of Ukraine to exist as a sovereign country of 44 million people. Canada has already put upwards of 400 troops there, which is twice of the United States. I mean, I think it's very unfortunate for all my criticisms of Justin Trudeau. It's very clear that he's actually, one-upped Joe Biden on this. I think it's embarrassing to see Joe Biden be so feckless in the face of Russian fascism and Russian imperialism. And my hope here is that we do not repeat the same mistakes of Barack Obama and Neville Chamberlain and essentially appease and encourage Russia to go in. The irony is that if we don't send troops there to deter a war, there will be a war. Thank you.
Okay. And Taft.
Great. Should the U.S. help
This is a great point.
Ukraine?
Best point I've heard all day.
Should the U.S. help Ukraine? Of course. I think a lot of people can agree that some help should be rendered, unless you're a giant fan of Russia and just want Russia to expand forever. But what we disagree about is what that help should look like. We've seen the effects of a series of disastrous foreign wars, and it's time for America to stop. America is this world power, spanning the width of a continent, bordered on either side by oceans and friendly neighbors to the north and south. America can afford to involve herself less in the constant state of others. What we've created over the past, 40 years is this global security network of temporary peace treaties, the kind of things that will disintegrate without the U.S. continuing to bear the burden of maintenance forever. We've also seen the continued, ruin of states, which we were hoping to create, turn into good liberal democracies and allies. We've seen the preservation of states that we vowed as sworn enemies. We've seen the disastrous effects of going to war in the Middle East. We've also seen how effective it can be when we actually go to the negotiating table and try the tact of diplomacy. So should we send arms to Ukraine? Yeah, probably. We should make it difficult for Russia to invade. But as far as engaging in war ourselves, absolutely not. We can engage in economic sanctions, sure. Help Ukraine, yes. War, no.
Okay, and we're going to wrap it up with Alex Stein for intros.
Wow, what a pleasure. Okay, guys, I mean, basically, when it comes down to Ukraine, you just got to look at this Zelensky guy. He was literally an actor on a TV show that played some sort of like anti-elite guy, and then he gets put, and then he actually creates a political party based on the TV show that he was an actor in. So these people take their political spectrum so serious. They want such good leaders that they think it's so cool. The people of Ukraine think it's so goofy and funny. It would be like if we got Brendan Fraser. Why don't we make Brendan Fraser the president because he was on Tarzan? So this Zelensky character is crooked as a dog's hind legs. We know that. I mean, he's an actor. He's a TV actor. We know the misdoings with Biden and Ukraine, with Hunter Biden's misdealings with Ukraine. So we know that they have some sort of evidence against the United States, and that is the leverage that they're using for us to even waste our time on the border. We got a border with a bunch of child sex trafficking. And let me tell you something. We got Guatemalans, we got Hondurans coming here by the minute on the border. I'm in Dallas, Texas, and you're talking about the Ukrainian border? Now that just shows you we're not based in reality. People don't have common sense. You're trying to pump up the military-industrial complex. Let me tell you something about the military-industrial complex. The amount of money that we spend on that, on the system that is the military-industrial complex, could fix homelessness, could give us a universal health care. So all the stuff that people on the left that y'all want socialism socialism, which I'm not against. I'm not against some sort of social services, but if we could reallocate our finances instead of going to the Ukrainian border and maybe fixing our border, then our world wouldn't be such a bad place. Because we shouldn't have to be here arguing over,
Holy
we should go
shit.
help the
This
Ukrainians
guy's
against
based.
Russia. They both suck. Any Eastern European country is going to be ran
Based.
by idiots, and we know that because Zelensky was, like I said, an actor on a TV show. He might be a good guy. I'm not even judging his character. I like to act. I've been in an Ozarka bottled water commercial. I drank it. I looked good. I was the star of the show. I know what it's like to be an actor. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to get caught up in that. And then he uses that. He parlays that into a presidential campaign. I'm not even trying to hate on that. But at the end of the day, these are the people that are running the Ukraine, the country of Ukraine. So if their people are this is how deaf they are. Oh, we'll take the TV guy because he'll fix our country. And then when Russia comes in, now you got to get Joe Biden, sleepy Joe Biden's got to come in there and somehow clean up the mess. Yeah, right. I don't have time for that. I got messes on my border. I'm in Dallas. Every day I walk around Bachman Lake Park. I see Guatemalans get off a bus in a backpack, wandering around, don't know what to do. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not anti-immigration. What are you talking about? I love it. I mean, I'm just saying that's a problem. We can fix that problem and not worry about the Ukrainian border. So that's where I stand with that.
Thank you.
My God.
I appreciate that. Thank you. For everybody, once again, I would like you to all remember the rules. Stein, you were told the rules by Danabo. Am I correct? Wonderful. Okay, just want to make sure I don't have to repeat them. Okay. Do try to keep it somewhat cordial. I will get involved if I have to. Again, I am an authoritarian at heart when it comes to moderation. And I will be your Idi Amin if necessary. So I'll allow you all to engage in open discussion. Who wants to start us off?
I'd like to actually.
Adam something as a new star, I'll let him go for cordiality.
Thank you. So this notion about that, like was an actor, therefore he's incompetent, and every country in Eastern Europe is run by incompetent people. I mean, this is some like boomer tier American centric shit. I believe Ronald Reagan was also an actor when he came to power. So like, I don't know if we're like, also you had Donald Trump as a president. So like, shush on that. Actually, Zelensky has been doing a pretty good job. Of course, political inexperience was a big deal. Actually, it was a big branding point also in the campaign. The rest of Eastern Europe are run by people who are either run by generally very experienced people. However, many of them are of the far right variety, including Viktor Orban, my dear prime minister. So. To characterize the Ukraine situation from that perspective, I mean, I think it's pretty just misinformed. But then again, I'm very much used to people talking about the Ukraine situation from purely an American perspective. Like I've heard people saying, "Oh yeah, we shouldn't intervene at all." It's America first, and it's like, well, good, but like you're kind of forgetting about like what do we do with Europe then? Anyway, I'll let other people go. I need to hear some other points from others as well.
Well, if I might, I have no. So the question was phrased as the West, but in America, obviously, is one of the biggest contributors to NATO. In fact, Donald Trump actually did something very good by making NATO pay up a little bit, tiny bit more into contributing to the alliance, because a lot of the European countries like to spend on social safety nets as opposed to actually defending their own country. So America has tended to pick up the slack for them. But I have no problem if the European powers want to move on this issue. And really, I have no personal objection if America wants to move on this issue either. But I don't want America to move on the issue in ways that are immoral. Sanctions are immoral, whether they're sanctions against China, whether they're sanctions against Russia, they are fundamentally immoral. Because what they are doing is they are trying to disrupt an individual's ability to economically trade with someone else in a different country in the name of some broader
geopolitical. How about the annexation of Crimea, though, and the war in Donbass?
I think Putin's subterfuge in Crimea is also immoral as well. But here's the problem. I'm not arguing that Putin is some sort of hero or whatever. Obviously, he's a bad actor who wants to expand his power and who wants to, restore, in his idea, restore the glory of the Russian Republic or whatever, Federation or whatever. My question is this: whose obligation is it to stop him? Is it America's? If so, how do you justify that obligation? Upon what grounds you justify that obligation? That's my question.
Moral grounds.
What moral
You're
grounds?
thinking about morality. I
What
got a
moral
question
grounds?
for you, Christian.
What moral grounds?
Okay, one at a time. We're gonna have Kevin respond, and then I'll write Pixel down.
No,
Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting because normally when people talk about the morality of the situation, they usually concede that the West has the moral high ground here because it's a sovereign country being aggressed upon by an imperial power. But when people usually give their hesitancy to support Ukraine, it's usually justified as, well, we don't want to accidentally start a nuclear war or something. But it's interesting, you're making a moral argument that the West isn't bound to defend Ukraine. You're not even going with the potential nuclear war argument, which I find very interesting. So you're saying here, Christian, you're saying that, well, Crimea was wrong, and I'm guessing you probably think that what China's doing in Xinjiang right now to the Uyghurs is also wrong. You just think it's wrong to do anything about it. I would say that that's a gross false equivocation. No, it's a gross false equivocation. I would say this. By what means or by what right does the West have any sort of moral high ground here, or by what means does the West have an incumbency to act here? I would say very, very simple. The defense of the liberal order, a rules-based world that we want to see, and we want to prevent a slippery slope, a domino effect of Putin taking Ukraine and then coming in and taking Poland or trying to take Lithuania, etc. Because you might say it's all about America. Eventually, by your logic, Russia will literally be on America's borders, because what logic would you have to defend any other ally if you will not defend Ukraine? In other words, if Western democracy doesn't matter in Ukraine, why does it matter anywhere?
This is a ridiculous, slippery slope argument, right? Like, the promotion of Western democracy abroad as a foreign policy goal that we've used war to achieve has failed over and over.
Defending democracy. I'm not even talking about promoting democracy. I'm just saying defending an existing democracy. I want to hear Christian's response.
Yeah, I'll let Christian respond, though.
First of all, I didn't equivocate at all. To equivocate is to make two distinct things seem similar. Not do that at all. That's number one. Number two, you're saying the West. I'm saying the United States. Now, I made a distinction earlier because the West also includes European powers. And it was clear that European powers have the ability to act on this front if they want to. My question is particularly focused on America and America's moral obligation. Now, you seem to be sourcing America's moral obligation in this sort of grand abstraction of liberal Western democracy, or whatever that means, that we have this sort of obligation to defend it. Again, where does that obligation come from? How does America have an obligation to defend abstractions, especially abstractions that are external from its own borders? That's my question. I'm not saying that
I'm not.
I'm not saying. Well, you should take my arguments for what they are.
I'm saying you're a libertarian, so you should believe in liberty, right? Or does liberty only matter within your own border?
Okay, so no. You're kind of taking my arguments to a place where they need not be taken, because it's not logical to take them there. I'm not saying liberty is specific to certain nations, or its value is specific to certain nations. What I'm saying is that different nations interact with liberty in a very different way, and obviously there's a correct way to do that. But I think a nation has first and foremost an obligation to its own people. So the idea that America has an obligation to defend liberty everywhere is this idea which has had America spend over $2 trillion on two conflicts that were utilized by bureaucrats who used abstractions. George W. Bush used abstractions. We're going to fight terror. We're going to defeat. They used abstractions as a means to move the goalposts. Excuse me.
Stop. Wait. Okay. We need to let Christian finish, because Christian was finishing his point. Then we have Pixel, we have Adam as well.
The way George Bush phrased America's effort to fight terror was most certainly an abstraction, and it was built on abstract grounds, because instead of actually getting a declaration of war, what did he do? He went to Congress to give him an authorization of the use of military force. That same authorization was used to ensnare America and several other conflicts across the Middle East, and we've pulled out a lot, thanks to Trump and a lot of other, and Obama a little bit, although he decided to go ahead and go bomb more villages in Afghanistan.
Because there's like 9 people here. It's going to be like, if every answer is like 2
minutes long. Here's my point. America does not have a moral obligation to defend, quote unquote, liberty around the world. America has a moral obligation first and foremost to its own citizens. This does not mean that liberty itself is not important, but it does mean that there are different actors who have different degrees of responsibility for different people's liberties around the world.
So let the world fall and then fight the war.
No, you keep strawmanning me. You keep strawmanning me.
Let's more point it. Do you think it was immoral for the U.S. to intervene during the Cuban Missile Crisis?
I think we caused the Cuban Missile. We caused. Well,
No, wait,
we
no,
did.
let him answer that. Okay, don't weasel out of that.
We did.
I want to know, do
Didn't
you
we?
think it was immoral for, at the stage when missiles are being shipped to Cuba, do you think it's immoral for the United States to intervene at that point, or should they have?
Well, not in that particular circumstance. But we actually had a very big role in causing that crisis
Okay,
to
I don't
happen
know.
in
Wait,
the first
hold on.
place.
I'm not trying to
Because of
get
our
into what caused it. All I'm trying to establish is that.
What? No, hold on, Destiny. It's important to know what caused it. It's
not
important to know
important.
what
It's
caused.
not important.
Yes,
What
it
I'm
is.
trying-
Yes, it is.
hold on,
Because
hold on. Wait, hold on.
Go
All
on.
I'm trying to establish is that American interest obviously can exist outside of America's borders. There are things that can happen around the world that will have an impact on our very own citizens in the United States. The Cuban Missile Crisis is an obvious one. Whether you think down the road we caused it or didn't cause it, that is an obvious case of things can happen outside U.S. borders that are interested, that have like a U.S. interest attached to them. The defense of NATO, of our trade routes, of our multilateral trade agreements as the world hegemony where the United States guarantees the freedom of certain countries is ultimately important to U.S. interests in a direct way and in many indirect ways. I think that's a fair point to say. So I think if we want to attack our interest in Ukraine, we can do that. You can attack that. But I don't think you can just simply dismiss it by saying, oh, well, it's not in our borders, so it's not a U.S. interest. I think that's a very naive way of looking at how the world connects today.
And I don't think that's the case. I think that the preservation of the global economy is one of the most important things that we can do, not just for the preservation of America and NATO, but for the preservation of world peace. Because with more economic trade across the world, the more peace there has been because we're more connected. So I'm not saying that. But it's very important to know who caused the conflict, because if you cause the conflict, you therefore have an obligation to go ahead and take care of the conflict. And that's the source of my argument. America, the moral obligation to deal with the mess America called the Cuban Missile Crisis was on America. And so the moral obligation in terms of Ukraine, though, that's my question that I haven't really still gotten an answer for. So that's the difference.
Let's say that Russia rolls into Ukraine, takes it over. Then let's say Russia begins to expand into other countries and takes them over. Let's say these are countries that are effectively removed from a U.S. sphere of influence. Let's say that there are eventually more restrictive trade barriers put on them, we'll say by Russia, that inhibit them from trading from Europe or American allies. Isn't this reduction in worldwide economic freedom a negative in your view?
Sure. Well, but if we presume Russia's going to do that, I mean, I have no clue if Putin wants to take over the entirety of Europe. I don't know that. I know he certainly wants to expand his geopolitical sphere.
This is what everybody's saying, right?
Hey,
We don't
can
know
I
Hitler.
make a point?
It's a slippery. It's a slippery slope.
It's not a slippery slope. Hold
It
on.
is because we don't have. Sorry, go on.
So Russia already has like rolled tanks into Georgia. Russia already owns the Crimean Peninsula. We can't just say slippery slope every time we try to establish some like chain of events. I think it's fair to say that given the opportunity to, and even with like the world crying against him, it seems like Putin doesn't mind rolling Russian authority out into different places. If he was able to not even take over eastern Ukraine, but the entire rest of Ukraine, why is it a slippery slope to assume that he might try to extend that even further?
Putin has already said that, by the way. Putin has already said that with Ukraine, the ultimatum, essentially Russia gave an ultimatum to NATO and like Western nations in general, saying that if you don't guarantee us that Ukraine will never be part of NATO and NATO will stop expanding, etc., if you don't guarantee that in writing, then of course we're going to invade, and we also want essentially the full restoration of the Cold War era spheres of influence. That means about 12 countries back into the neutral zone. But as the saying in Eastern Europe goes, if you choose NATO, NATO comes. If you choose Russia, Russia comes. If you choose nobody, Russia comes. So this is the situation we find ourselves in.
Well, we're in a situation right now where Russia has broken.
Hey, Kevin. Okay, we got other people that need to talk. Some people have talked a decent amount. We got Pixel, Taft, and Stein. Adam, did you say what you wanted to say? I just wanted to make sure.
I believe yes.
Okay. So we're gonna go in that order from the people when they raised their hand. Pixel, Taft, and Stein in that order. Okay.
Well, my previous point is relatively moot now, but I will say that as a high value female on this panel, I actually think I have just come up with a solution for this problem. Have we tried minting Ukraine as an NFT? Because I hear that's the way you can own like the original deed to something these days. So if we just put it on the blockchain, then it'll be very clear to everyone where Ukraine stands. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've solved it. I just fixed everything. You're very welcome.
Congratulations. Next is going to be Taft.
I mean, I want to address what Steven said, because he brought up the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Cuban Missile Crisis is not analogous to the situation in Ukraine. When Russia moves missiles to Cuba, that's a direct threat to America. Russian troops in Ukraine's border is not something that's worth going to war over. So then we start talking about, well, what if Russia starts moving west, state by state, until it really does pose a real threat to American global hegemony, right? Let's say that like Russia's just conquering land after land. Well, yeah, then it would pose a real threat. But it would make fighting that war easier if we're not, turning it into a big war right now, but instead waiting for Russia to engage in protracted urban warfare, probably for years in a hostile environment. So, I think that's an absurd scenario, which I don't think would ever come true. But if that's the kind of like hypothetical we're dealing with, then yeah, the United States should still avoid starting war, escalating war, until there's a real reason to, until there's a real threat to Americans. Because like Christian said, who America has an obligation to, it's not Ukrainians, it's Americans.
So your solution is let Russia go in, loot, pillage the towns and cities of Ukraine and potentially kill tens of thousands of Ukrainians, but they'll do an insurgency and hope it works out.
Yeah,
so your
it's not our
solution is to
business.
just ruin a country 1.5 times the size of Canada. That's embarrassing. That's
No,
embarrassing.
because if we go to, it's
Why
going to
don't
be
you
worse.
nip
And we
them in
know
the
it's
bud?
worse
Nobody's
every
suggesting a
time.
war. We're
Every
just
time we
saying
go to war,
protecting an
it
existing
causes a
democracy.
worse effect.
Yeah, nobody's suggesting a war. We're saying if you put the troops in there, Putin obviously isn't going to go in and fight American troops.
Yes,
He's deterred
yes.
by America.
So I'm okay. We'll back up a little bit because I agree, right?
And after you is Stein.
I think sending weapons to Ukraine is totally legitimate, and like posturing is legitimate. These are like tactics that we can take. I don't think that Putin or Russia wants an actual war with the United States, and neither does the United States actually want a war with Russia. So what this is really about is Russia's demanding that we come to the negotiating table, and they're strong arming us into doing this. And the reason is because they're worried about the expansion of American power. So go to the negotiating table and work with them and create a deal that's actually going to create lasting solutions like what we almost had in Iran. That would be fantastic.
Why would
Okay,
Russia?
but
Stein, wait, Stein
Okay,
was next.
I just wanted to make my point because it's something that Destiny said about the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we can look up Operation Northwoods. And Operation Northwoods was a plan to hijack planes during the Cuban Missile Crisis and make it look like it was Cuban nationals, and then fly it into buildings in Miami to start a war. So we'd have a reason to start a war with the Cubans. You can look this up. And then what happened on September 11th, 2001, 19 hijackers with razor blades, supposedly box cutters, supposedly defeated the greatest army in the world, the most defense army in the world, and then knocked down 3 towers with 2 planes. That story is laughable, but we'll forget about that. So what happened with that? After that, well, I'm just saying, I believe it's an inside job, but we're not here to debate that. But what I'm saying is after that,
Cringe.
what I'm saying, I don't care what you say. I'm the conspiracy castle. It was an inside job orchestrated by people within our government and Israel and Saudi Arabia. But that doesn't matter. This is what I'm saying.
Cool. Okay.
We can get into it, but this is what I'm saying. Let me just make my point. So what happened? That started basically a 20-year war in the Middle East. Why? Who did that benefit? Probably Israel the most, because the 7 biggest countries that threatened it. But
Right,
it doesn't matter.
Jewish bankers, right?
The
That's
echoes,
what I'm
the main-
saying.
Bring it back.
This is getting risque.
Listen, let me just talk about what I'm trying to say. So it goes to the Ukrainian border. So what happened in Afghanistan? We don't have to worry about our tinfoil hat. You guys don't have to believe me on all that. Do you guys think America won the war on terror in the Middle East? Do you think the evacuation of Afghanistan was good? Do you think that if you were a country in need of being attacked by Russia, would you want the United States, the people that botched the Vietnam War, the people that literally that there are soldiers that had a tar pit where the US, multiple US Army bases, they had their where they burn their trash and their poop, and for a lot of soldiers are sick because that pit was too close to the bases. This is how dumb the United States military is. They'll even tell you that guys with box cutters took down the Twin Towers. They couldn't get the NORAD jets. So I'm telling you, this military, the military industrial complex of the United States, is a bunch of autistic morons. So if I was to Ukraine and my only choice was to have,
hang on a second.
Potentially
I'm saying,
TOS.
Okay.
Yeah, look, by the way, 9/11 had nothing to do with the U.S. military. That was a civilian plane and terrorists inside it. So let's
that's what you believe. I think there's a lot of evidence.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, with the echoes. Yeah, okay, whatever. So anyway, with regards to whether Ukraine should want, whether Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., and like failures of the U.S. Army should factor into Ukraine. No, Ukraine is not like Iraq. It's not like Afghanistan or Vietnam. No,
it doesn't
because
matter. America's bad
Well,
armies. They'll become a good army, and
America-
Ukraine all of a sudden.
America-
okay,
America
yeah, that's-
is-
you know it.
America
You're a
is the
military
most
expert, yeah.
America is the most overwhelmingly powerful nation on the planet. I have no idea where you get this idea from that you.
Well, then
that
how did they
US isn't
lose the
strong.
war in Afghanistan?
wait,
Biden pulled out.
Because-
Biden pulled out.
Jesus.
Yes,
America's
I'll
army is so
I'll
good.
answer-
No, my
I'll
question is
answer-
America's army.
Okay.
I will answer the
so-
question.
Okay, wait, we gotta
Go,
be
sorry.
careful. Wait, dude, you gotta wait. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
Boomer. Boomer.
Okay, you gotta calm down. Okay, wait, you gotta calm down.
The boomer
Yeah, Alex.
energy.
Okay, Alex.
What is your energy? As beta, soy energy? What? I mean, I'm primetime 99. I'm just saying, you're trying to say the military is good.
Being a goober doesn't make you an alpha.
You gotta let him.
So-
Stein, you gotta let him respond though. You asked him a
Sure.
question. You gotta let him respond. Adam.
Sure. So the Ukraine situation is nothing like Afghanistan or Iraq. Thankfully, this was a nation that actually petitioned Western support from 2014 after they overthrew their president, who was pro-Russian, and then ended up, ordering police to open fire at crowds. 100 people died, and then came the insurgency in Ukraine. Most of Ukraine, actually, the vast majority of Ukraine supports NATO membership, is pro-American, and supports EU membership. This is a country which is very closely aligned already on the population level and on the military level with the US. So for you to suggest that, there won't be Ukrainian
The military
Taliban
is so good. Why do they need our help then if they're on the same
once
level?
Russia goes in.
Adam, if they're on the same
Because
level.
Russia's military, on the same
It
level.
just shows you how ingenuine you
aligned with
are.
us-
You're saying they have the
aligned
same
with us-
level of military as us.
aligned
They
with us.
need us.
That's not what I'm saying.
They need our
That's
help.
not what
Because
I'm saying.
superiority
That's not what I'm saying.
determines.
That's
You
not what I'm
just said
saying.
we had the same
No,
size
on
military.
the left-
You just
wait.
insinuated.
No,
we're
no,
the
I
same
said
size.
they are on
That's
the-
what you
Let's calm
insinuated.
down.
That's
Let's
what you
calm down.
insinuated.
Let's calm
I'm
down
just
for a
saying.
second.
Well,
No.
dude, are you going to insinuate
calm
bullcrap,
down.
or you're going to insinuate what you're trying to
Alex.
point
Can I
you're trying to
clarify?
make?
Alex. Okay. Let's calm
Can
down
I
for a second.
clarify that? Can I clarify that?
I think I can clarify it.
I
as
want
the
to try
neutral
that
party
again.
here.
Why don't you try that again?
He was saying, as far as I could tell, that we're on the same level diplomatically, like they're like when it comes to like alliance structure.
Yes.
That's what it felt like.
Okay. I thought he meant same
Yes,
size
yes, that's what I
military.
said.
Like I thought he meant like we're the same.
That's
Why would
your
they need our
problem.
help? Well, I thought you were insinuating we're the same military as them. I mean, you could say that they're our allies, but
Of course
how
not.
is
Are you
Russia?
fucking insane?
How is Russia
It's
not our
called-
ally? We share the International Space Station.
They're
with them.
aiming
We share
8,000
treaties
nukes
with
at
Russia.
America, dude.
I know, but I'm saying
They're
we
aiming
we have-
8,000
we have-
nukes at
we
your
have treaties.
family,
I'm
dude.
saying we have treaties with Russia, and who's the only person that's ever dropped a nuke? The United States. They're the only person that's ever dropped it.
Yeah, and
So-
a fascist empire that attacked America. Way to victim blame America, dude. I'm sure you probably
blame?
call
What-
yourself a patriot.
No, I'm
You're
just
right
saying, why
now
would I be
shilling for a
afraid of
country that's
Russia?
aiming
I'm not
nukes at your
shilling
city
for-
and your family,
Because
dude.
I know
This is
that Putin's not
embarrassing.
gonna- I know
Dude, just
This is
because you're a
sanctimony.
goober doesn't make you an alpha.
Okay,
This is sanctimony.
Listen,
gotta-
I know Putin's not a big enough idiot to send nuclear weapons and blow up America because I know Putin has half a brain. That's why I know that. And you probably know that too, that they're not going to start a nuclear
Adam,
holocaust.
shut the flip
You
up.
know that over Ukraine. You know that. So you're trying to act all scared. Oh, I'm so scared of Russia. Why don't you wake up? Why don't you live your life stop
Dude.
living in fear of these
Okay.
rockets that
Okay.
Putin's pointing at you? Oh,
Okay,
I'm so
okay,
scared.
okay.
Putin's
Okay.
going to get
Alex,
me.
Alex.
I'm in New
Okay. So we're gonna move on. We gotta move on to Destiny because Destiny's been waiting a decent bit to talk. Raised his hand earlier. Destiny.
I'm not sure what. Am I responding to the 9/11 hijacker thing or? The,
It
that
was
or-
a while ago. I forget. I think it was in response to what Taft. and Kevin
yeah, I feel like this idea of waiting until it's too late is kind of like eerily similar to the Hitler thing, although I don't like to draw comparisons to World War II because obviously the whole landscape is quite a bit different than it was back then. But I don't think that we could wait for Russia to take over Ukraine and then maybe start encroaching into Poland, and then at that point be like, oh shit, maybe now we need to do something, because then we're going to be back at ground zero for this conversation, and instead we're going to be having a panel in 4 years saying like, well, should the United States support Poland on the ground? And it's like, well, if we put troops there, like that's pretty aggressive, and I don't know, like just because they took over Poland, like are they really going to go even further? Like it's only like Georgia, Crimea, Ukraine, like is it in some of Poland? Like I feel like you kind of have to draw a line in the sand pretty early so that the rest of the world knows where you stand, especially your allies? Like, is the United States going to be a reliable partner here to protect you here? Because if not, it seems like similar to a domino effect, the United States is going to not stand by its, kind of worldwide obligation to prevent the encroachment of Russia into other countries. Then why not just roll over immediately and join Russia sooner rather than wait for the inevitable conflict?
Can I ask Stephen a question?
Sure, Taft, you were the first to raise your hand, yeah?
Yeah, it's just going to be a short one. In your estimation, what do you think was the reason or objective in the United States' decision to enter the European theater in World War II?
What was the objective?
What was our goal there?
Well, Hitler declared war on America.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought there was a joint declaration of war from Japan and then Germany, so I thought we kind of had to get involved at that point, or were we? I don't know. Like, I'm sure for objectives, I'm sure there were multiple objectives, but I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
Yeah, I mean, there are probably two objectives, right?
Okay.
Either one, to stop the Holocaust, or two.
That's absolutely
Nobody knew about the Holocaust.
Yeah,
Right.
Holocaust has
I'm just
nothing
saying
to do
that
with it.
there's like multiple objectives that people, put forth, right? That's one.
Nobody
The other
knew
one.
about the Holocaust.
Yeah, Holocaust was not one of them. But what's the second one you were going to say?
Okay. Yeah, obviously, the average American troop and the people entering the European theater at the time were not, I would say their goal was not to stop the Holocaust. But some people make this argument. The other one is to defeat Germany, right? And to contain the German expansion. And what we got by entering World War II in the European theater was we worked with Russia to contain Germany. But another strategy, in hindsight, would have been to let Russia and Germany go to war with each other, tire each other out, and then come in at the end and defeat Germany, deliver the final blow, liberate Europe, and then have a weaker Russian Soviet empire to deal with in the Cold War, post-war environment.
Who's to say that
Hitler
Germany
might have
completely
nukes by
dominated- Well, irrelevant even for that. Who's to say that Germany wouldn't have just continued to take over the entirety of Europe?
They wouldn't have, though, right?
Why?
Because they didn't have the overwhelming force necessary to do that. They may have brokered a peace deal.
Hold on, wait. Okay, I'm really bad at history. I'm going to be the first to admit that. Okay. But Germany blitzkrieged the entire fucking continent. They absolutely had the overwhelming force to take over, to finish with the United Kingdom. I don't understand.
But it was Russia that overwhelmingly put a stop to them in Europe.
No, hold on.
No, that's
Yeah.
the U.S.
Wait. Okay, chill, hold on. Russia did not put a stop to Germany in Europe. Russia put a stop to Germany in Russia because Germany pushed really, really, really far east. But my understanding is they had no trouble sweeping completely west across the entire continent of Europe until U.S. troops were on the ground.
But Russia's intention was to go straight to Berlin, which they did do. And in the alternate history, where America waits, right, to enter and lets the European powers fight for a longer time, this is
couldn't fight though. They completely were steamrolled. The only reason Russia was probably able to push as far as it is, ignoring Lend-Lease and the economic assistance from the United States, was probably because there was so much pressure on the Western Front as well.
I mean, I think we can talk about like the American production machine, which was fantastic.
No, not production. It was.
Are you
US...
discounting? Are you discounting U.S. troops on the West? Because
Yeah.
Stalin was desperate for those. Stalin begged. Stalin said he couldn't do it on his own. That's what he told Churchill and FDR. That's Stalin. He even said he couldn't do it on his own.
Even without Lend-Lease, like the U.S. like boots on the ground were essential. Like the push back into Europe didn't begin without U.S. blood happening. There was no amount of production, I think, that would have saved the rest of Europe from German encroachment.
So the analogy that I'm drawing here is just that sometimes if you allow people to war with each other for longer, if you put in a bit of wait time, you might allow them to deplete resources and give yourself a more strategic position
the
later.
Thing about this is this is my last point, and then I'll let it go. Sorry.
Okay.
That we're engaging in we're attempting to do so much guesswork here that there are. To say that this is the most likely event is impossible. There's a million ways that this could have played out. It might have been that at some point, Russia and Germany reach an uneasy peace, or maybe even align with each other like they did when they cut up Poland and were working on what was essentially an alliance. It wasn't just a non-aggression, it was essentially an alliance. They were agreeing to split territories and non-aggress against each other. It might have been that they would have stepped back to that. It might have been that Hitler would have discovered nuclear weapons quicker than the United States. And a Germany that owns 90% of Europe and has nukes is a Germany that's going to continue to own 90% of Europe. It might have been that without the US being involved in the war, maybe Japan and Germany together are able to focus on Russia once the entire European continent, leaving the UK aside. Like, there's a million other ways that could have played out. To say that, like, oh, well, let's just wait and starve them out is one potential future, but I feel like there's 100 million other potential futures where, with the vast majority of them looking in, there's 999,999 horrible scenarios. Only one of them ends up, good, possibly.
I think you're making a fantastic point. Like, you're right in that, like, the actual reality of the war, when we entered the war, that was, like, probably the best decision of the time. And it's only, like, looking back in hindsight and knowing and being able to review the strategic plans of these powers that you can make these sort of conjectures of, like, maybe in this alternate history it would have been effective, right? I think we've, like, sort of gone down a weird path, because you're making, like, good points in that, like, it would not have necessarily been a good decision to wait it out at the time, because we didn't have, like, the info to know that that would be effective. However, my point is that, just jumping into a war is not necessarily the kind of thing that you want to do. And with Ukraine, even if there is, like, war, even if Russia is invading Ukraine, we don't want to be the ones who are, like, the first people that Russia's encountering as far as troops that are battling them.
Well, Russia's not going to send troops. If the U.S. puts troops, like if the U.S. puts a significant number of troops, like say 10,000 into Ukraine, Putin's not dumb. Putin doesn't want to die in a nuclear war. He's not going to invade. The question is, if we let a war happen, this is a great irony. By trying to prevent a war and doing the Chamberlain thing and appeasement, that's what's actually going to get us a war. That's actually what's going to get us Russian troops and tanks steamrolling into Kiev and other cities and looting and pillaging. And eventually, they will come for the West. I don't like this idea that we can choose between nipping them in the bud when it's easy or waiting until we're back at Berlin and now those are the battle lines. Why, like, unless you're on their side, why wouldn't you want our forces on their border instead of their forces getting closer to our borders, basically?
I just had a Kevin, did you just say you're not worried about Putin shooting nuclears at the United States? Is that what you just said?
Hold on. I said if the U.S. puts troops in the
Ukraine. Did you just say that?
No, I'm answering your question, Alex. If the U.S. puts troops,
Can I add a bit of
the U.S. puts troops in the Ukraine. If the U.S. puts troops, no, you're an idiot, Alex. You're an idiot. I said they're aiming nukes at America. I said they're aiming nukes at America. I didn't say that Putin's.
You just got dunked on, and I'm the idiot. Good one.
Wait. Yeah, you are an idiot.
Wait. Okay. If he's asked a question,
you just debunked yourself.
No, you're an idiot.
Okay.
Okay, that's fair. I'm an idiot, and you debunked yourself. That's fair. We can agree.
I never claimed. I never claimed.
Okay. Kevin.
Dylan, I can't hear them when you keep interrupting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so look, I want to be clear about something. I never claimed that Putin's planning to just nuke all American cities tomorrow. What Alex claimed earlier was, why aren't we working with Russia, this and that? My point was, you can't really work with a country that shares none of your values, competing economic interests, a different geopolitical project with Eurasianism, etc., completely different interests. Even if Russia was a democracy with Alexei Navalny, they'd still oppose NATO over just geopolitics anyway. My point was, they're aiming 8,000 nukes at America. I didn't say that Putin's planning to necessarily use them, but my point was, friends don't aim nukes at each other. And this idea of Russia's our friend it harks back to the Madison Square Garden protests of, oh, well, Hitler's our friend. Why not peace? It ultimately boils down to appeasement. It's defeatism, it's isolationism, and it's ultimately pathetically subservient to a fascist dictator.
Are we in NATO? Are we in NATO with Russia, Kevin?
NATO is in opposition to Russia.
Okay,
Russia's
so
in
we're
opposition
in an
to
alliance
NATO.
with Russia. Okay, so we are in an alliance.
No, are you stupid? Russia's not a part of NATO. You goober. You goober. Why are you even here? Why are you even here? You don't know shit. You don't know shit.
I didn't know.
You don't know shit, Alex.
That's why I asked. I didn't know if Russia was a part of NATO. That's why I asked.
Yeah, well, that's kind of a problem. How do you not know that? How do you not know that? How do you not know that?
Facts about NATO. I have to know every
But there are a
fact
whole
about
bunch of
Russia.
countries recently
every
that signed
country's
a
in
pact
NATO.
not
I
to
know
use
every country
nuclear
in NATO.
warheads.
Okay. We gotta shut
They
this
are in
down.
the UN, to be fair. I can mix
We
that.
got it.
Okay, they're
Okay, we got it. Okay, please.
We're in the United Nations. Excuse me.
Wait. Okay, we
Alex,
got
you're
it.
certified goober.
We got it. we gotta shut this down for a second, okay? Because we have to move on. And I'm going to throw. So a few people raised their hand, including I just saw you, Christian. So the people who raised their hand are Parker, Adam, and Christian. So I'll start with Parker.
Oh my god, I put my hand up so fucking high.
I didn't see
it's
it.
Fine.
Well,
it's fine. Am I hidden behind your fucking microphone again, Dylan?
No, it's just you raised your hand so high. It was out of screen, so I couldn't see it. Okay.
Well, I tried multiple different ways.
You'll be on the list too, Pixel. Okay. Parker.
So I kind of want to take the conversation a bit back to where we were in the beginning. I want to sort of combat this notion that like Russia could actually like feasibly like have enough political or economic power to steamroll through multiple different nations without a response from NATO at all. I don't think that they could get to the borders of like Poland or a different country like that, and then we'd still have people saying like, "Oh, I don't want to respond." I don't think that we'd have any type of response like that. I definitely think that people are like would notice that if they're trying to go like invade Ukraine, they would probably try to do that to other countries as well. But I don't think they have the political or economic stability to like start that type of war or start that type of interaction.
Parker, you'd be surprised by the anti-imperialists out there that can't wait to cheer for Russian imperialism. There are a lot of people that would say, what right do we have to protect Poland? They'd be fine with waiving NATO obligations. Right.
Well, that's an extremely small amount of people. The overwhelming majority of people would, if they like invaded Ukraine, would say that, oh yeah, we have to stop like Russian aggression to at least some extent.
Wait, but
Even
when
like
we didn't do
I
this
agree,
with
fair
Crimea
enough.
or Georgia. Wait, historically, this is, but we didn't do this with Crimea or with Georgia. No, didn't we all just sit by and like, wow, that's really bad?
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
it?
to that specific degree, I mean, I do think that's like a valid point, 100%. But like when we're talking about like Ukraine versus like Crimea, I think there's a big distinction between at least those times, because especially like in 2014.
Well, wait, it was.
I mean, I wasn't around at that time. I don't know what the type
It's
of like
part of
conversation was at that
Ukraine,
time.
though.
I'm a little too
Wait,
young,
you weren't
but like,
around? Were you? Oh, never mind. Okay.
well,
I didn't know if you were,
I'm
like, 6 years
19.
old or something. Sure, okay.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I mean, well, I wasn't around. Like, I didn't like actually like pay attention to politics at all. But like,
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure you remember. I'm sure you heard at least one time in school. You probably heard like Russia is in Georgia, and then I'm sure kids in class like Georgia the state, and like no, Georgia the country. It's like, oh, okay, and then like we never heard about it again because
heard about Crimea, not Georgia at all. I
Really?
genuinely
Oh,
didn't know
okay.
about
Well,
Georgia
yeah, I
at the
mean,
time.
we just don't care much about foreign policy. Like Ukraine is another thing. Like anything that Russia gets its hands on, it's not going to give back. So
Well, yeah, I mean, if they started some like front like into Ukraine, people would have a response. We've already
Well,
had
they
a
already
response,
did.
Yeah, but they
like,
already
sending troops,
are.
stuff like
They're
that.
already in Luhansk
Yeah.
and Donetsk.
Well, don't they just have troops at the border? They haven't actually like.
No,
Well-
they've taken about 80,000 square kilometers in the east, in Luhansk and Crimea, dude. And the thing is,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
nuclear power. Nobody suggested going in by force and taking them back. The problem is, once they get territory, as Destiny said, that's gone. Like, they're nuclear power. We're never getting that back. So why not nip it in the bud and stop them from going further, as opposed to letting them take more? And then now we have this debate again, right? That's the
How do you
problem.
stop 'em?
They're also
How do you
funding
stop
like
'em?
insurgent
Hold on,
groups
hold on,
in
hold on,
Ukraine.
hold on.
Current,
Sending,
he's
like,
through
weapons for
straight.
defense.
Okay. So who was that directed towards, Kevin? And then I need to get back to the list because there's other people.
Yeah. Well, I guess that question in general, it wasn't so much directed towards Parker. Parker was just kind of asking some clarifying questions. My point was just more general. Why don't we? This is the question. I guess I'll direct this to Taftudge, to Conspiracy Castle, and to Christian in particular. Why would you guys prefer to forfeit Ukraine and then have to deal with Russian aggression when the battle lines are closer to us? Why not nip it in the bud, just put in some troops there and send a message to Putin to say, look, we're not going to tolerate wars against democracies in Europe, because we know if we let this go, it'll be another one and another one, because they've demonstrated this with Georgia in 2008 and Crimea and the rest of Ukraine in 2014.
I'm going to have Christian respond because Christian raised his hand and hasn't been able to talk in a while. So I'm going to have Christian respond to that question since it was directed.
So yeah, I'll be very quick before I respond to that question. We have to deal with this argument that if you're somehow skeptical of using military force, not against Russia, but in proximity to Russia's geopolitical aggression, you are somehow on Russia's side. I can give you two reasons that are not at all pro-Russia, but are instead pro-other things, pro-common sense rather, that would lead us skeptical to such incursions. Number one, the question of moral obligation towards other countries, which I mentioned earlier, which wasn't really answered. Number two, the erosion of American diplomatic capital through continued aggression. And number three, the continuation of American imperialism, which has caused destruction and chaos across the world. Those are three reasons why someone could be reasonably skeptical of going into this with a more aggressive stance that had nothing to do with being pro-Russia. And the assertion that if you are against this, some kind of force towards Russia in this circumstance, you are pro-Russia, is absolutely an ad hominem of the lowest sort. So let's not use that argument anymore. Now, as for the battle lines and everything, look, I'm not saying let Russia seize Ukraine. I'm asking what, and I'm saying the European powers, some of whom have, again, different degrees of moral obligation and different degrees of interest in ensuring that Ukraine remains in sovereign hands, they have the ability to act. I'm particularly concerned about the United States' obligation, or lack of obligation, lack thereof of obligation, towards Ukraine. And really, I have no problem with the United States using diplomatic capital to, and even what Taft said. I mean, I've been listening very closely. I have no problem even supplying them with weapons. Now, the problem is America has supplied people with weapons in the past, and they've gotten into the wrong hands. So I typically tend to be very skeptical of that. But I have no problem even supplying them with weapons. And I do not think Biden should have pulled out our diplomatic personnel, and neither does Zelensky. And Zelensky was very mad at him for that. So there are steps we can take to ensure that Ukraine remains somewhat in America's sphere of geopolitical influence. But those steps should not at all elevate to the level of military aggression, even if it's just placing troops on Ukraine's border. The United States has no obligation to do so.
So Christian, who do you think is the imperial power in the Ukraine-Russia dynamic? Do you think it's Russia, or do you think it's America?
That's an obvious question. Obviously, Russia's the imperial power, but one's imperialism does not negate another's imperialism. America has been an imperialist nation for many decades, and that needs to be dealt with.
How does helping a sovereign country resist Russian imperialism? How is that imperialist?
Okay. That's a straw man. I just gave you a few examples of how we can actually help them without putting troops on the ground. Putting boots on the ground is another example of American imperialism. Having diplomatic personnel is not. Yes, absolutely.
Really? Yes. So defending a sovereign country that asks, their sovereign government asks for help. It's not like we're just invading them. Their sovereign country, their sovereign government begs for military support, and you say we can't help you. That would be imperialism. Is that
no, I didn't say. You are pretending like I'm saying that you cannot help them at all. I'm saying there are more ways to help Ukraine. There are more ways to help Ukraine. There are more ways to help Ukraine.
You're characterizing sending troops there to deter an invasion. You're characterizing that as imperialism.
In the context of the American global project, absolutely, having thousands of troops situated across the world, across Europe, and countries that we are absolutely not even at war with. Yes, I absolutely think that's imperialism of a certain kind of sort.
That's
dumb. It is imperialism.
Sorry,
no,
but
it's
that's
not.
a really
How's it
stupid
dumb?
position.
How's it dumb?
Because
dumb?
Imperialism is going in and taking over other people's shit, other people's countries without their permission.
That's one function of it. That's one function.
Defending a sovereign country. Defending a sovereign country.
No, it's too loud. It's too loud. Okay, I can't hear myself think. And if I can't hear myself think, then nobody can hear shit. So I'm going to have Kevin respond. Then I'm going to have Christian respond. And then we're going to move on to Pixel, Adam, then Taft. Does anybody want their name written down? But of course you can intervene at some point.
I was called out.
I just said your name.
Oh, yes, can I speak?
But he called out 4 people. I can't have every person respond.
Okay.
I got a question for Christian.
Can you add me to the list, please?
Okay, sure. But
thank you.
But do I get to respond now or later?
Make her respond later.
No, don't. Don't listen to Steven. He's mean.
Wait.
Yeah, he is mean, but I'm also mean. So
you're terrible.
Christian, you respond, then Kevin responded. Then Christian, you can say your final word. We got to move on to Pixel, then Adam. Okay.
So basically, calling the American president, say America sends, Volodymyr Zelensky asks for, say, 8,000 troops, and Biden agrees to that. And of course, Zelensky's democratically elected leader of Ukraine. You can cope about him being a reality TV guy or whatever. Trump was a reality TV guy to Alex. I'm not saying that to Christian. But here's the thing. So you go and say you put 8,000 troops in there, and they're there, say, as a deployment of, similar to what we did in Canada with Operation Unifier there, and they're just there as basically a deterrent against the Russian invasion. My sort of point was that that's not an imperialist act. That's actually a consensual a defense agreement between two sovereign countries. And so the only reason why you could think of that as imperialist is if you've unfortunately fallen for Russian disinformation and propaganda, and you can say you're not pro-Russia. I don't think you like Putin. I'm just saying that the consequence of your inaction is necessarily pro-Putin and how that would manifest in reality, because you would render Ukraine vulnerable to an invasion. This is why we call it peace through strength, not peace through relativism or peace through weakness. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to make a point. Was it imperialistic during the Afghan when we were leaving Afghanistan and we dropped a missile and we killed 4 innocent children? I mean,
that's collateral damage. That wasn't done on purpose.
So that's not imperialistic. So those people when they died, they're just collateral
it's bad to go after ISIS K. It's bad to go after ISIS K. Is that what you're saying?
But killing 4 children at ISIS K, I didn't know. I didn't know children can be an ISIS K.
I want to hear from Christian, because you don't even understand what collateral damage is. I want to hear from Christian.
100% what collateral damage is. I'm just saying.
No, you don't.
It's not imperialistic. Yes, I do. You're saying that we're not imperialistic, though. Yet we're the ones that go into. In the Middle East, we're very imperialistic. Okay.
Alex,
calm down.
I want to make sure Christian goes.
We're the ones that kill kids. You love it. There's just collateral damage when 4-year-olds get killed. Look at you're smiling. It's so cute.
I'm smiling because you're a goober, dude.
Okay, Christian.
So when I say imperialism, so what Superpower Broadcasting is saying, yes, conquering a country and staying there, obviously, is going to be a function of imperialism. But imperialism is a multi-function, multi-purpose concept. So conquering a country through military force certainly is imperialistic. But going into a country, I don't care if it was consensual or otherwise, and projecting hegemony, projecting power through military force is an extension of the American global project, which has been imperialistic. And as laws of logic work, a premise is the basis for a conclusion. And the premise of America's intervention in Ukraine is going to be its general imperialistic project, even if that particular action is not as severe or not as as blatant as other acts of American imperialism have been in the past. So again, it's from the same family, even if it has a different face, so to speak. And also, again, this argument that I am somehow in Putin's pocket because I may have a position that he may favor is nonsense. You should not. You should not analyze a position on the basis. You should not analyze a position's moral correctness or moral wrongness on the basis of who supports it. Rather, analyze the position on the merits itself. If a dictator were to support the proposition that 2 + 2 is 4, that does not make that proposition any more wrong than if Mother Teresa were to support it. It's about the proposition's inherent correctness. That's what we look at. And even if Putin does think that, obviously doesn't think that America should get involved because that would obviously be a risk in his plans, that does not necessarily mean that position is tainted because he supports it. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. So you said the consent.
Kevin, sorry. We got to move on. There's so many people that have to talk. We got to throw it over to Pixel, then Adam.
I'd just like to add some further context as to what is going on, like in a geopolitical context here, because if we're talking about imperialism, we are living in a time right now where basically everything that is happening is going to be political posturing. Nobody is like seriously going to launch a nuke knowing that any sort of war at this point is going to result in basically runaway climate change, which is bad for everyone, even if we're already on that path. So understanding why Russia's posturing towards Ukraine is maybe seeming so aggressive now has to include the fact that China is also an imperialist power moving towards Russia from the south through the stands. And so Russia at this point are feeling like they have to make some sort of show of force to make sure that they retain their perceived power, or at least their perceived position in the global kind of geopolitical mess, because it's all just posturing at this point. Some of it is aggressive and some of it at the moment feels extremely uncomfortable, but it is being built up by American media as well, because that serves its own narrative purpose in America. It serves a narrative purpose here in Australia as well, because obviously, we have an interesting where America's shit little brother, but we are also in like the realm of China's geopolitical influence. And so like you can't just look at this between America and Russia, because it is so much more complex than that. And the reasons that Russia are moving into Ukraine is because of resources, but also just for the political posturing. Anyway, I just wanted to provide the context to make it a bit bigger.
Okay. Next, we're going to throw it over to Adam.
Sure. So a couple of points have been made with which I'd like to clarify. So first off, to Christian, of course, no one said that you're in the pocket of Putin. However, you have to realize that the positions you advocate for, they align almost perfectly with Russian geopolitical goals. So I mean, that's some people. Based on what I've heard, I know that you aren't. You strike me as a genuine guy. However, some people might interpret this as you being pro-Putin because you're aligned so well. So I think that's the issue there. As to whether the U.S. has a moral obligation to help Ukraine, well, after we have essentially, by we I mean the Western world and also the U.S. So let's talk about the U.S. So since the U.S. has already promised Ukraine that they're going to help, that they have made commitments about Ukraine's territorial inviolability, that Crimea belongs to Ukraine, that Donbass should return to Ukraine. They made all these commitments, promises, etc. At this point, to walk back and say, "Whoops, yoink, nah," then I think that would be actually breaking America's moral obligation. So whether like it or not, these promises were made and have been made for 8 years. To walk back on them now, I think would be just horrendous. And regarding the other point that Daph made, I believe it was just let's wait until they tire each other out and then swoop in. That is, I mean, I guess you can do that from a chessboard military strategic perspective, but waiting until the two sides tire each other out, I mean, that's just millions more dead. So why not intervene? Generally, during a conflict, as collateral. So why not intervene now? Of course, as others said early on. Of course, troops on the ground will not happen, though. So let's. I think we can actually stop talking about this. American troops, at least, will not go to Ukraine. What we're doing is deterrence, which is in line with the U.S.'s moral obligations at this point, and contrary to Russian interests, which I fully support. And here's my problem actually. Which is also my problem with a substantial amount of the online left. It's possible to oppose Russian imperialism and U.S. imperialism at the same time. However, if this is not the case here, but if your two choices, if choice A and choice B were, you can either get U.S. imperialism in Ukraine or Russian imperialism in Ukraine, then the U.S. imperialism would be better than the Russian imperialism because at least the U.S. is a democracy and Russia is an authoritarian country. Of course, this is not the case. This is a false dichotomy because this is not the case in Ukraine. So there's no imperialism. It's an U.S. and West-oriented country asking for help, and us promising for 8 fucking years that we're gonna help, and now it's time to show your hands, basically.
Okay. Next we have Taft, then Destiny. Then we're probably gonna look at ending statements for everybody. Taft.
I'm honestly not sure if people here disagree like that much, because I think in general we agree that we do have some obligation to help Ukraine. Most people agree with that, and that help should come at the very least in the form of, sending arms to Ukraine or helping to negotiate a peace deal to bring people to the table, or to station troops around, if not necessarily on the border, because it doesn't seem like we're going to be doing that necessarily. But I mean, I think that there's this analogy, like if someone were to pluck a blade of grass from my lawn, I don't risk nuclear war with them over that. But if they come to my lawn the next day with like a machine to rip up the entire lawn, well then, yeah, that's like a serious problem. So this, if Russia's showing intention to invade Europe, then yeah, there's a serious problem that is going to
They've already invaded Europe. Georgia, 2008.
I don't think Georgia is all of Europe. I mean,
I didn't say it was all of Europe.
The analogy that people are bringing up.
Wait, what about Crimea?
Yeah, that's
Crimea,
also
Donbass, Lugansk.
Right. Okay. The point is, they're not taking state by state here.
Not yet.
Not yet. Well,
that's not their intention,
just,
though.
Just irredentalism, just parts of state, just chauvinism, revanchism, that kind of stuff, right?
Okay,
Okay.
let's let her finish her statement.
I don't think that Russia's going to try to conquer Europe. But if they do try to conquer Europe, yeah, in that scenario, we should go to war with them.
Okay, and we're gonna wrap up with Destiny. And you know what? I'm just gonna put Alex Stein at the end. Why not?
Hell yeah.
There was like 3 or 4 different conversation threads earlier, but they're kind of like winding down now. So you know what? We should help Ukraine. That's all I'm gonna say, rather than reopen up all the other lines of argumentation, I guess.
Okay, Alex Stein, you're muted. You have muted yourself.
Duh, sorry, you couldn't hear me that whole time. Okay, everybody made fun of me because I didn't know Russia was not in NATO. I guess I should have known that. But we are in the United Nations together, so I want to make that so I'm not a total dummy. But look at it. There's a movie called...
Yeah, you probably should know.
Listen, Beardo, let me just say my deal, okay? Listen, there's a movie called Charlie Wilson's War. What we did is we funded the Taliban. We created the Taliban to fight, and we gave... No, listen, we gave...
Taliban was formed in 1994, Alex.
This is the
not 1988
version of the Taliban.
1994.
Okay,
1994.
So you're saying that did we not arm
almost all the Mujahideen went to the Northern Alliance.
Listen, they
almost all the Mujahideen went to the Northern Alliance, not the Taliban.
Because you know that we funded.
No, because you're just spewing out false narratives.
The Taliban. Excuse me. We gave Afghanistan rebels weapons to fight Russia
against the communists. Against the communist empire.
Listen, okay, let me just make my point. So you agree that we gave weapons to
the Mujahideen, not the Taliban. You claim the Taliban. Taliban was formed in 1984 in Pakistan, dude.
The previous version of Taliban. So let me show everybody.
Not the previous version. No, almost all those guys went to the Northern Alliance, dude. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. You don't know what
full of shit, dude. I know
exactly. Russia was in NATO. You thought Russia was in NATO, Alex.
Listen.
Yeah, you're a verified goober pill conspiracy monger.
It's just funny
that's what you are.
Explain my point, but let me just say the point.
So I think
we
he's not letting you be scared. I think
Mujahideen.
he's scared of the truth you have to bring.
Yeah, you just don't want me to stop. So what happens is we funded the Mujahideen. So we basically fought a cold war with Russia. If Russia wouldn't retaliate for that, we are never going to get in a war with Russia. So you're saying, oh, we're so scared. You got all these weapons pointed at us. You got all these rockets. They're going to shoot at us. Yeah, you even admit that you're not afraid of that. So listen,
wait, this isn't about fear. This is about value.
Okay, I'm just saying what you said. So listen, at the end of the day,
you're just parroting the Kremlin.
No, I'm not. I'm not
that's what you are.
I'm just based in reality because I know that
the consequence of your propaganda is pro-Russian.
We've had more military actions with Russia that are more intense than what's happening in the Ukraine, and we still didn't have a war. So with this interaction right now, I don't believe it's going to lead to a war. So we don't need to put any troops there. So if you think, by symbolically putting a couple troops there, that's going to save us, you're an imbecile.
No, it's about saving Ukraine.
The United States is the main country. We have more military bases in foreign countries than any other country.
It's about Ukraine, Alex. Yeah, I'd rather have 800 U.S. bases than 800 Russian bases.
Listen, all you have to do is look at how the Americans, how we treat our veterans when they come back. They're all hooked on drugs. They have a high suicide rate.
Yeah, how's that going in Russia? They're all on crocodile, dude.
If you think that our military is going to go to the Ukraine and help them, then their whole military is going to be all suicidal and depressed.
Russia's a suicide, abortion-laden, drug capital of the world, dude.
Up there, and we'll just give them all PTSD and they can all suicide themselves. Would you like that? Would you like that better? Would that be better? Because America's so good at everything.
Alex, how do you think veterans fare in fascist Russia?
Well, I'm saying, what do you think to America's? Do you think the treatment of veterans is correct in America? Do you think we treat our veterans correct?
Wait a second.
Yes.
This is so irrelevant. Yeah, but yes, better than most countries.
That's how. See, you're not based in reality. Then that just shows you. Just look at the suicide rates of.
I understand both of you love each other very much, and you just can't stop complimenting each other. But we do need to go into ending statements, and I'm going to start with Taft.
Okay. Just to go back and reiterate
or
things.
Not. I guess we're going to go with Kevin Castley because Taft.
Okay, muted.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Dylan. Yeah. So basically, to close here, I think we should just reiterate a couple of points. This isn't a debate about what should we do to stop a Russian invasion or what should we do to prevent a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russia has already invaded Europe in 2008. You can look up, if you haven't heard of it before, I would encourage everybody to look up the Russian invasion of Georgia. Now, Georgia's badass. Georgia was actually involved in Iraq at the time. And they also repelled Russia, but we could have helped prevent that whole cluster crap from happening in the first place by actually having troops there as a deterrent. Or better yet, if you don't want to put troops in, and I'll say this, if you don't want to put troops in Ukraine, there is another option. If you don't want to put troops in Georgia, there is another option where you don't actually have to put any US troops. Put them in NATO, and now Putin won't screw around, because then you've got Article 5, and now you get troops there if Russia invades. So the best way to deal with this would be to incorporate them in NATO. That would require altering NATO's terms so that you can put countries in NATO that have territorial disputes. One reason why Putin took these territories, South Ossetia and Abkhazia and Georgia, was to prevent them from being part of NATO. We need to alter the terms of NATO to make it easier for countries to join. Additionally, we're talking about stopping Russia's further advance into Ukraine. We're not talking about stopping an invasion. I am of the opinion, and I think that reality bears out and the lessons of history bear out very well, that by preemptively and proactively putting troops as a deterrent there, we stop a war from happening. The great irony in all of this is that all of these people tonight that fear-mongered about a war, the only war that's going to happen with Russia is if nobody helps Ukraine, and then Putin takes the W, goes in there and invades the country. And now we've got tens of thousands of people dead that could have been alive. We have a country of 44 million people. Their hopes, dreams, and destinies have been forfeited to fascist empire because we didn't feel like putting a few thousand troops in the Ukraine. It's an embarrassment. Look, I've got my criticisms of Justin Trudeau, but right now he is totally one-upping Joe Biden, and Joe Biden should be 100% and entirely embarrassed by the fact that Canada, you know, despite us spending not that much on the military, we put double the troops into Ukraine, and it's not enough, but we need to do more, and we are better off to nip in the bud and to stop a war before it starts than to accept a new status quo with Russia, with Russian troops in Lviv. And thank you. It's been interesting.
For everybody in chat, the links to everybody on the show has been placed in chat if you're wondering who everybody is, and including their marker on the screen. I'm now going to throw it over to Taft if they can learn how to stream.
Thanks, Dylan. To conclude, I agree that with the fundamental premise that we should help Ukraine. And I think that the priority needs to be in helping Ukraine negotiate and finding a peaceful solution. And peace should be pursued aggressively, you know, at all possible cost, right? That's not true. Not at all possible cost. You should pursue peace aggressively. Peace is really important. War is really bad. And so we should try to deter war. Part of the way you deter war is by sending arms to Ukraine and to making sure Ukraine doesn't seem like a good target for invasion. And moreover, but yeah, I mean, that's my fundamental point. We should avoid war, and we should try to negotiate a peaceful solution.
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Pixel.
I agree that we should avoid war, but we are now living in a time when nobody really wants to outright nuke each other. But we are going to have to continue to navigate both soft and hard imperialism. I'm talking about like Australia offering aid to Pacific countries, right? That is political influence and power, and these things are just going to keep happening. So I'm not sure if the idea of nipping something in the bud is particularly valuable here, because these things are just going to keep coming up as we move into the future as like the very intertwined world that we are now. That being said, I do think that depending on your ideology, and mine being relatively pro-democracy, just as being a woman, that is the most comfortable, I think, ideology for me and how it has worked out for women globally, which is why, sorry, I'm getting muddled over my words, but basically, I think that any show of support for democracy and sovereignty is valid in this situation, navigating like global forces that continue to butt heads. Thanks.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Parker.
Okay, so I specifically, I don't think anyone, or actually, I'll just say this. I don't think that we should leave Ukraine to Russia. I definitely think that we should provide some sort of help, 100%. I just think that we should do that through diplomacy, sanctions, and defensive weapons and whatnot. Obviously, if there's a further aggression from Russia, then we should definitely talk about how we should engage in at least a little bit more of intervention. But it's really just dependent on what we think is necessary in order to stop Russian aggression towards Ukraine. And I don't think that the best way in order to do that is just by sending troops. I think that can also bolster Russian propaganda and the fact that like NATO can be aggressing towards Russian borders. I don't know how far to an extent that would go, but I definitely think that's something that we should take into account when we're talking about sending troops there.
Wonderful. I'm going to throw it over to Destiny.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. I'm only here to hear Conspiracy Castle's closing statement, but yeah, I think we should support Ukraine. I think that Russia is very scared of having even just a functioning democracy on their border. I think that's probably something that's worth protecting, both for Ukrainian interests and for broader U.S. geopolitical interests, and for the broader interests of all of the countries in the world that have decided to align themselves with U.S. interests. I think that we should show that we have the capability of defending countries when the time comes, when we're called upon to do it, and this is as good a time as any to stop Russian aggression.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Christian.
Well, I think we've seen a lot of compelling arguments tonight. Personally, look, the American global project has to be a project of peace, not of war, not of imperialism, not of endless expansionism. It has to be one of peace. And to any extent that's possible with the situation, I support. If that means not pulling out our unessential diplomatic personnel, from the situation with Zelensky condemned as, demeaning the role of the diplomatic personnel to this kind of situation. If that means keeping them there, if that means trying to, as Tav said, negotiate peace, if that means some level of humanitarian or even some level of military aid, which may mean weapons or whatever that is short of actually having boots on the ground and projecting the aggressive show of force that the American political project internationally has projected for the past 20 plus years, anything short of that, I am okay with. But I primarily want this to be a situation where all sides come out in peace. Russia obviously will not be satisfied until it can continue its geopolitical expansion unabated. That's what they want. I mean, that's why Putin does these military exercises all around, his area and near Finland and everything, because he wants to show that he is going to be the alpha who will reclaim the glory of Russia. And so anything that America or NATO even can do to moderate that and make sure that it's peacefully resolved, I support. I still have the question, though, about the moral obligation. I've seen tonight moral obligation sourced in abstractions. America has no obligation to an abstraction. America has an obligation to its treaties and to its citizens. And those both are very tangible things. And so perhaps if Ukraine was in NATO, that'd be a different story. But regardless, it's been a very good conversation on this issue.
Throwing it now over to Alex Stein.
Wow, thank you, Destiny, for staying for my closing statement. I appreciate that. Okay, and listen, guys, I should have known, Kevin, that you're defending Justin Trudeau, who's like, Mr. Blackface. Yeah, that makes sense. You think he's like
against
handling
him.
Well, I mean, but you did say what he's doing in Ukraine is so good. So if you're so against him, yeah, you're going to be a hypocrite. Now you're saying he's doing a great job in the Ukraine. So that just shows that you're a hypocrite. But it doesn't matter about that. It doesn't matter. Listen, this is what it comes down to, guys. It comes down to the military-industrial complex that is influencing this. And you're going to say, oh, that doesn't exist. But guys, they're taking up such a huge part of our budget, goes into the military-industrial complex. And when you look at it, what we get is the juice worth the squeeze. When you look at the Vietnam War, when you look at the war in the Middle East, Ukraine better hope and pray that we don't come over there and help them. Because I promise you, I swear to you, we will go up there and mess it up worse than it already is. Because what is happening right now is political theater. Putin knows that Joe Biden he's about 75% there. You know what I mean? He's sitting, he's just, not really in full control. So what he's doing, he's playing literal political theater. This is war games. And what it's done is it's stirred us up. It's got us debating. So it's working. It's distracting us from the real problems. From the idea that we shoot $80,000 Javelin missiles or shot by a guy that only makes $70,000 a year towards a guy that doesn't make $80,000 in his whole entire life. So who benefits from that scenario? The military-industrial complex. And those are the ones that are encouraging us to go to the Ukrainian border. We don't need to protect Ukraine. We can't protect them. Russia's not going to take them over. They might encroach there to sort of put us in a position and make us look weak, because that's what they want to do on the world scale. But all of this, like I said, at the end of the day, is just political theater. There's going to be no bombs. America's the only one ever to drop a bomb. We're all going to be safe in our bed. We're all going to be able to stream and get our donations. And speaking of that, I got $300 in donations from Oliver tonight. Thank you, Oliver. I appreciate that. That's my statement.
I'm going to now throw it over to Adam something to wrap us up.
Yeah, so first off, Conspiracy Castle, it's a nice cat you have, by the way, the black and white.
Thank you.
I would also be
Ang-
careful because
Kyle,
I hear.
or this is Angus.
I'd be careful though. Cats are controlled by government satellites, as we all know.
Real quick, I have toxoplasmosis. No, Adam, I don't want to cut you off, but from dealing with the fecal matter, it's called toxoplasmosis, crazy cat lady syndrome, and I have it. It makes you more like a cat. So do not. Yes, I have toxoplasmosis. So go ahead.
Okay.
So,
Let me just clarify something. In the future, during outros and intros, you cannot interrupt anybody's statement or talk during it. Just throwing that out there. Adam.
Wait,
Okay,
can anybody
good.
interrupt?
And muted. Continue.
All right. So yeah. So to sum up, I think we were pretty much all in agreement. Well, most of us anyway, about the whole situation. There will be no troops on the ground. It seems only in neighboring NATO countries, which is fair. This is going to be a game of deterrence. I personally, right now, it looks like Russia will not invade Ukraine. Although I might have to eat crow on this. We'll see. But in case they do, that will be a different story. Then they will be embroiled in a essentially an insurgency war in Ukraine. Otherwise, the U.S. Okay, let's just go through the points. So the U.S. I believe does have a moral obligation to help Ukraine, since they kind of promised, and the West in general, NATO land countries did promise support, have been promising support for 8 years, and now it would be a bit It might leave some bad taste in some people's mouths for the West to just like say after 8 years, well, nope, sorry. Now that the heat has been turned up a bit, then we're like, yeah, okay, fuck this. So that would hurt Western geopolitical interest in the long run as well, because our future prospective allies against countries like China or Russia, much worse places than the West, as imperialistic the West can be, countries that might be in the future aligned with the West as opposed to China or Russia, might look at the Ukraine scenario and say, oh wait, like the second push comes to shove, the West fucking just backs out, whatever, you're on your own. And I think that would be devastating geopolitically for the West in the future. So let's not wait until it's too late. Continue supplying weapons. That's the best we can do for now. And if there will be troops on the ground, that will be the troops of other European countries, which I think is completely fair. This is, at the end of the day, a European issue in which the US is heavily involved in. So yes, that's my closing statement. We should help. It's a good thing that we help, etc.
Also, I'd like to stay before the next topic. I'm seeing a lot of energy in chat for an Alex Stein versus CTV match. That would be a
bring it on! And I had to make one clarify. Oliver Waldis donated $405. He clarified in the chat. Thank you, Oliver, for those donations.
Wonderful from Oliver. Okay, so we're gonna go into the next topic for everybody watching. This Sunday is movie night on our channel, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the Dylan Birds TV Discord. But to keep out all the unfavorables, we'll only allow it for the Patreon subs and Twitch subs, so we don't let any ye scum in there. As in you supporters. Anyway, let's go to the next topic. The next topic, now I'm actually going to give you guys some discretion. The next topic is supposed to be about Biden's interaction with a reporter, but I wanted to ask you guys, would you rather talk about that or the new thing, the new news, and it has to do with the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court justice resigning? What would be more interesting to you guys?
They're both interesting.
I think Supreme Court might be a little bit more interesting. It's a little bit more meaty.
I'm a well-known expert on the Supreme Court of America, so
yeah, we can
Me
talk
too.
about the Supreme Court. That's a good one.
Supreme Court, you want that instead of that? Okay, we'll do the Supreme Court then. So
Is that the regular court, but with sour cream and tomatoes and lettuce, or is that?
Yes, it's that one.
It's the okay, yeah.
Okay, so a liberal judge, Justice Breyer, after 27 years on the court, has decided that it's time to hang up the gavel at the ages of 83. And so soon we will see a fight in Congress, a confirmation fight on whether the Supreme Court justice that Joe Biden chooses after Breyer is going to get through or not. So my question to all of you is, what do you make of the new Supreme Court justice news? And what do you think of Biden's upcoming nomination pick? Are you excited for him to pick somebody more to the left? Do you want him to pick somebody more moderate? What are you expecting? I'm going to start with Parker.
Okay, so I definitely think that Biden should pick someone at least a little more to the left, at least as what we saw with Breyer. But this was definitely something that we saw coming. obviously he wants to resign at a time in which a liberal can replace him with another liberal or whatnot. So it's not really that surprising. So that's really all my take is right now. At least I just want to hear what other people have to say.
Okay, Destiny.
Yeah, I don't know what more there is to say. I hopefully that he nominates somebody more a little bit to the left to balance the squad out a little bit, but I don't know if any picks have been discussed yet. So yeah, it'll be cool when it happens.
Okay. Yes, I kept Destiny muted so he couldn't give his opinion on the topics. Yes, I did that. Okay, we're gonna throw that over to Taft.
Yeah, I mean, I think the progressive wing, the liberals, the Democrats, are worried about midterms. They're worried that if the Senate changes, they're not going to be able to get their Supreme Court picks through. And so, yeah, they're going to put in a Supreme Court pick, and Biden's promised it to be a black woman. So probably see that. We'll see. They're definitely vetting lawyers right now to see who's done well. And I guess I don't think it's bad or good necessarily. It's just like the obvious power politics play. And they got Breyer out because they knew that this was the time to do it. And I know there was previous worry with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. People were pressuring her to retire, and she didn't. And then she got replaced by a conservative pick. So yeah, it seems par for the course for the Democrats to be taking this strategy.
Dylan is muted.
Sorry. I'm gonna throw it over to Christian.
Yeah, so obviously there's not much controversial about a president picking the Supreme Court. This is his constitutionally ordained duty. What is particularly egregious about what happened recently is that Biden vowed to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court on the basis of her being black and being a woman. Now, obviously, this was also a campaign promise he made as well. What I find ridiculous is that he is going to nominate someone on the basis of identity to a institution which is not concerned about identity at all. It's concerned actually with the faithful functions of preserving the Constitution and faithfully adjudicating the law. So what he really is doing is he's challenging the institution's own foundational principles by trying to incorporate his identity politics-based pick into the institution, which is dangerous. But also, again, I think that it's also bad for the woman who will be picked because obviously that lady, no matter how qualified she might be, because Biden has vowed to pick a black woman, will be seen as a diversity hire. So now you have, not only are you violating the first principles of the institution, the Supreme Court, you're also castigating the name of the person by not explicitly picking them for their merits but for their identity. So it's an entire cluster F, you know what I'm saying? And I think that Biden should be ashamed of himself. Anyone who's pushing these ideas should be ashamed of themselves, and that the Supreme Court should have a justice, liberal or conservative, who is placed there on the basis of their merits, period.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So just a clarification. Am I allowed to respond to the points from the last closing in this?
During the intros to the next topic, you are technically allowed to respond, but this is the final time you could respond to anything of the last topic, yes.
Gotcha. Thank you. I just want to respond very quickly, just before I go into the point about Breyer, to something that the Crazy Cat gentleman said. He said something about me basically advocating for what was it? Something of the sort of that there would be war or something, or that Putin was going to use nukes against Russia or against the United States. I just wanted to clarify very quickly on that. I never, just to be clear here, I never specifically said that Putin was planning to use nukes. My whole point was that in this particular case, that having U.S. troops in Ukraine would be a deterrent against Russia going in there, that this is about Ukraine, that an American invasion, an invasion of America would follow if you abandon the rest of the world. It was also about a moral stance to defend Ukraine. It's not imperialist. Anyway, we can move on to this segment. So on this segment, the point about the Supreme Court, this might be a little bit of a hot take from me, but I'm generally pretty center-left on social politics and center-right on economics. I think that for Joe Biden, somebody I've been very critical of, I made a video calling for him to be impeached after he bungled the surrender to the Taliban. I do think here that he should actually pick somebody who is further to the left than me, actually. And I think that because the Supreme Court has been allowed to skew so far to the right in recent years under Trump, that it would naturally be a balance, and that what you would see is that the consequence of that would be that it would somewhat counter out to be closer to where I'm at, generally speaking, and where similarly minded folks to me are. And the way that you counter that is to actually pick somebody who's further to the left than me, so that there's even less of a debate over, which side are they going to go with or whatnot in the court. I mean, if I could have it my way, I'd like to see him also pick an atheist, but that's probably not going to happen. But I don't have an issue. I'll say this: I don't have an issue with him explicitly stating, Joe Biden explicitly stating that he's nominating somebody and specifically mentioning the characteristics that he's looking for, because you could say Joe Biden goes to pick a set of nominees and he decides that he's going to pick a black woman to do it from a various array of people of different skin color backgrounds, etc. Well, you could say, well, he arrived at the same thing. I think it was better for him to do it this way, because what he's doing is he's setting a message that there has historically been a lack of opportunity in the Supreme Court for women of color, and this is him trying to counter that out. So this is a W for Joe Biden, and I hope he moves very quickly with this, because he's not going to have forever. Thank you.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to Alex Stein.
I'm not just a crazy cat lady. I'm also a crazy dog lady. So I want that to be known. Yes, the Supreme Court justice. This is the problem with intersectionality. If we pick somebody based on just the color of their skin, it's not based on merit. So somebody theoretically could be more qualified that gets passed over. So I think that's bad. But really, at the end of the day, left, right, Amy Coney Barrett's. I mean, she acts like she's so conservative. She votes a lot to the left. So really, it's like, man, these politicians, what they do is they urinate on us and they tell us it's raining. It doesn't matter who's in power. They all do the same thing.
Thank you very much. That's what that was. So we're going to throw it over to Adam.
Right. So, well, this is a very much American issue, and as a European, I don't have that much insight into it. Just to inject some maybe unrelated nuance to the situation, from a European perspective, American progressive candidates, like left candidates, right candidates, from Europe, it's all right wing essentially. The US is much more to the right than Europe in general. Bernie Sanders' wildest fever dreams are a Monday in most European countries. And so if Biden picks some, African American woman to be the Supreme Court justice, then that's fine. I can see the discussion going into affirmative action from this. But I mean, hey, it's Americans. I'm sure Biden will pick the candidate, and then burgers will be had and a WWE match, and that's going to be an end of it. That's my very valuable insight to the situation.
It's kind of racist. My mom was a professional wrestler, so that's rude.
Mine is as well.
And she's a prostitute. So are you against prostitutes?
Well, mine isn't.
Okay, so let's continue. I'm going to throw it now over to Destiny.
I could see it going either way. I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world to preemptively announce, I guess, like the makeup of a judge, because I think you could potentially argue that part of the function of the Supreme Court is to represent maybe the United States. So having an all white, all male, or all black, all female, or whatever type of court might not be as representative of our country as we would want an important branch of government to be. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Just hopefully the pick is a good pick that could stand on their own merits, and it isn't somebody that seems uniquely unqualified for the job.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Pixel.
I think it's interesting when we're talking about diversity hires, when basically Trump's idea of a diversity hire was Amy Coney Barrett, who is definitely not on the goddamn left, by the way, just to clarify. But I think it's not a bad thing that the Supreme Court becomes more representative of the American population in general. I think there are a lot of, in my expertise as an Australian, I think there are a lot of holes in the way that the Supreme Court functions now. And I think that any person who could be nominated, who could potentially stand up against probably the upcoming discussion about Roe v. Wade again would be a really good thing for women. So, yeah, I think hopefully it's somebody more to the left, but I think it's going to depend on who Biden thinks he can sell to the majority of people voting in the Senate. or approving in the Senate, if that makes sense.
Okay, I think everybody's spoken. Okay, then we're going to start. Wait, Watson, did you not speak? thought you
I
had
spoke.
anything to
I have something to say though. I have something to say though. Yes, I spoke, but
Okay,
yeah.
so yeah, you can start it, Austin.
Yeah. So, this argument that Destiny put out, and what has really been put out for a long while, recently wrote about it, that the Supreme Court should look more like America, is an argument that really confuses me for a few reasons. Number one, looking what it means to look like America is quite unquantifiable. You can look at general geographic trends and statistics and say, okay, America is going this way, therefore you would look more like America if you did this. Problem is, there are a lot of states in America. And there are a lot of states in America that may not necessarily reflect the general geographic trends, because general geographic trends are indeed general. So how do you really quantify that? You can't. And really, what epistemic value do you give an institution? Because really, the Supreme Court, Congress, businesses, any institution that people want to look like America, they're concerned with epistemic value, which basically means they're concerned with having knowledge that can allow them to function properly. The Supreme Court is concerned with having knowledgeable people on their justice board that will allow them to function according to their proper functions. There is no epistemic value to having people on the Supreme Court for the sake of diversity. Now, I will say this, but Trump and Reagan both vowed to nominate women. And guess what? As someone himself who is conservative and someone who has decent amounts of admiration for Reagan, much less for Trump, I think that was a wrong decision. Not because they nominated a woman, but because they vowed explicitly to nominate a woman instead of nominating the best qualified candidate. So whether it comes from the left or the right, identity politics is always an epistemic pit that gives us nothing to our institutions, which does not allow us to adhere to first principles, and certainly does not add anything of merit to the functions of institutions either.
I mean, frankly, when it comes to the Supreme Court, as long as they're qualified, it's fine. It's only going to be an issue if, like, you're unable to find qualified Supreme Court justices who Supreme Court picks that aren't Black women. But there are great candidates who are Black women. So I don't think there's necessarily a big problem in this scenario. My only concern would be that, like, if you're setting a model or a precedent about what is acceptable behavior, and there are other environments, most other environments, I would say, where hiring someone purely based on the color of their skin or vowing to do that is not appropriate. And it's really it's a special environment where you're hiring only one person, and where there has been precedent previously for making sure the Supreme Court, has some diversity.
Well, look, I think that, it's totally fine. I'm not saying that it's not okay to have a Black woman on the Supreme Court. What I'm saying, it is wrong to have that as the prefix to looking at a qualified candidate. Because again, you are whittling down the pool, and you are kind of reducing, maybe not totally, but you are kind of reducing that individual to their identity features, which is what Biden precisely is doing. And here's the idea. The underlying idea is this. The underlying idea is that because Black women have supposedly not been represented in the industries in America, we have to take the equitable decision and incorporate them and their presence into more institutions to remedy that injustice. Well, the problem with that is you don't actually do that for all Black women, because not all Black women are impacted by one thing. There are a lot of Black women who are not lawyers and who will never be on the Supreme Court. So how in the world are you helping them by putting a Black lady on the Supreme Court? You're not. We should stop speaking in abstractions and look at qualifications, and stop using victimology as a criteria by which to order our institutions. Because the moment we do that is the moment our first principles erupt and our institutions fall down and they die.
Okay, but the thing is that skin color is not the only precedent.
I think that when we look at the composition of the Supreme Court, I think from a first principles point of view, I think it can be important that the members of the Supreme Court seem relatively representative in general of the United States population. I think that
Why?
if we wanted to attack, sure, because the United States population in part draws its rule of law or how laws are interpreted, the Constitution, directly from the Supreme Court. And I think that if you have a country that's getting their most important legal document interpreted by a bench that doesn't look anything like them or isn't anything like them. I think that reasonably large swaths of Americans can feel like, I don't really feel like this whole body of government doesn't represent me very well, right? If you're a woman and there's a 9 men are about to make the decision on whether or not Roe v. Wade stays as law, I think that you can rightfully feel like my government doesn't represent me. And when we're living in a representative democracy, I think it's fair to point to that as an important epistemic value of the court, that where people derive their truth could come from their subjective experience, which if you read any court briefs or how people, especially Scalia, right, would write, you know that the decisions that these justices make are oftentimes very personal. They're not these arbiters of truth, these logic lords or whatever. Like they very much draw on personal experiences to make some of these decisions.
Well, after the Warren Court has certainly done a lot of damage to the integrity of the Supreme Court, and even before the Warren Court, there were a lot of problems with the Supreme Court as well. So I'm not going to pretend that the Supreme Court justices are arbiters of truth or arbiters of moral principles, although they should be. And if you look at Marbury versus Madison, instead of citing a bunch of case law, because there really wasn't any, at least not in America, because it was the first Supreme Court case of judicial review, there was a lot of philosophy cited. So maybe the court should get back to philosophy instead of acting, as this sort of a body of subjective opinions. But another thing you mentioned something called standpoint epistemology. And standpoint epistemology is this idea that what is true to me because I experienced it or I have experiences with it. So there are certain truths that I, as a black man, can't access that a black woman or an Asian woman can access. That's standpoint epistemology. The idea with this is that knowledge is not based solely on our experiences. Knowledge is as Kant said, and he eventually went on to argue against empiricism, but he said that all knowledge arises from experience. All knowledge begins from experience, not all knowledge arises from experience. And that's the correct, and then Locke took that idea and he made sort of his empirical model of the world. There is a world that exists outside of our experience that we can observe and we can extract natural truths from. So because I am a black man does not necessarily mean I have experienced a certain amount of things that a white man hasn't. There are white people who have experienced things that I have not have experienced. I never lived in a trailer park before. I never lived in Appalachia before. I've never been dirt poor in a trailer before. But there are plenty of white folks who have experienced that. So I don't understand. What do you mean? How do you represent a black person? What does that mean, Destiny? How do you do that?
I don't think this is necessarily related to standpoint epistemology. I think that it's a more general explanation.
It is.
That we're not doing a CRT discussion, I promise, okay? I think that...
No, it's not about CRT. It's not about CRT at all. No.
I think that generally, it's fair to say that a person's subjective experience can color, if you will, how they might view the world. I think it's fair to say that women probably have unique experiences in the United States or in the world that are different from men, that black people or Asian people or Hispanic people or different types of black people, different types of people probably have experiences in the United States that might be slightly different than other groups of people. And having that sort of representation on the court, much like we like our jury to be representative of the communities we live in, probably has some value to it, at the very least, so that a democratic people feel like they're being ruled by people like them.
Well, this becomes a majoritarian problem then, because if you have like 9 Phyllis Schlafly, and for those of you who don't know, Phyllis Schlafly was a very uber conservative activist who fought against the Equal Rights Amendment back in the, I think, 70s or 80s. You have 9 Phyllis Schlaflys on the Supreme Court. It's a woman, but a lot of women probably wouldn't like that because Phyllis Schlafly didn't think that she thought that women should be barefoot, pregnant, and they should be in the household. But she's a woman, so this is the point. Your identity does not necessarily give you a particular set point of view, and this is the idea of identity politics that believes that it does.
You're a horrendous argument right now. Hold on. You understand that because I'm not saying that. Would you acknowledge, or do you live in a fantasy land that different identities in general have different experiences in the United States?
Identities don't have experiences. People have experiences. So I reject the premise outright in the beginning.
Okay, so you don't believe that any large analysis of a people is possible. You can only look at.
No, I didn't say that. No. Okay, I think general qualitative. No, Destiny, you do this a lot.
Wait, Destiny, you asked him a question. You got to let him.
Yes, you do this a lot. You ask questions. You ask questions, then you move away. Let me answer. So, general qualitative, analysis that a lot of sociologists do, they have a place. Although I'm very critical of qualitative analysis typically because they don't necessarily rely too much on what is observed through quantitative analysis. I think both are obviously necessary, but I think quantitative, if we're going to be making any sort of general predictions, I can't talk today, then we should probably look at quantitative analysis. But qualitative analysis absolutely does have a place. Sure, why not?
Do you think there are patriarchal influences that exist? Oh, sorry.
Where?
Okay, sorry, hold on. I'm gonna, since I see the strategy now, Yeah, I'm
My
just
strategy.
Ramble
Oh.
I'm just going to ramble one
My
time, and then
strategy.
you're going to do your thing, right? So the strategy is to constantly duck and evade the obvious point and answer the most obtuse
Nope.
way possible. So it seems like yes. So it seems like you have a reason.
Nope. The strategy is to
He's
rebuke your
interrupting me.
premises because they're
He's
false.
interrupting. I'm being interrupted.
You're
I'm being
you're
interrupted.
interrupting his answer. I
Okay,
helped him.
so the obvious answer to anybody with two eyes that looks around them in the world is that different groups of people tend to have different types of experiences. That's why that if you as a black man are charged with murder or charged with raping a white woman, and then you go to jail and your juror are 9 white women and you're from Alabama, you might think, hey, this feels a little bit fucked up. 99% of people in that situation wouldn't go, well, these 9 women, it is possible that all of them are marching with BLM and now they've come to sit on my court. Obviously, we can speak in broad generalities about how different groups of people have different experiences in the United States. This is why, broadly speaking, people around the world like to be represented by people like them. Whether we're talking about football and we like to see different countries represented in the World Cup, whether we're talking about a jury of our peers that we want to look like us, whether we're talking about the makeup of Congress, whether we're talking about the community police that police us. In general, people like to feel like they're being represented in a representative democracy. So I think it's fair to say that the composition of a court probably should be roughly similar or attempt at least to match the composition of the people, holding all things equal. We still want them to be qualified candidates and everything, of course. I think that if there was one attack you wanted to make on the Supreme Court, one horrible thing that we've done to the Supreme Court that I think is by far the most damaging thing we've done to the Supreme Court is when we start to pick Supreme Court justices that lean left or lean right. I think that that is the most damaging thing we've ever done. Way before we get into identity politics or anything else, I think that is the most damaging thing we've done to the court when we've tried to balance it with liberals and conservatives. That is ridiculous to me.
Okay.
Well,
I gotta go-
before,
Wait,
just one.
there's
Dylan, real
like
quick.
6 people on the list to talk, and don't worry, you're about to talk again because Pixel was going to ask you a question.
Yeah, I was just curious if you think that there are patriarchal influences that filter down through the American democratic system right now, and if any sort of like pushback towards that for representation for women was a particularly important thing to you.
Well, define patriarchal. What do you mean? Like in what?
As in, like,
okay,
basically
either,
that
no,
your
I know
entire
what you
country
mean.
has been
I
run
know
by
what you mean.
men for.
Why? Okay, look. Here's my deal. Yes, obviously there have been instances throughout American history where women have not been given a fair shake. I'm not going to deny that. That's very obvious. That's why we had people like Susan B. Anthony fought for women's suffrage. Although I think that any kind of suffrage, this is where my sort of libertarian leanings come in. Any kind of quote unquote suffrage is nonsensical and immoral because you cannot create virtuous outcomes by force, and what the government really is force. But that's a different situation. But no, they're absolutely, well, you can think it's cringe all you want, but that's not an argument. So there are actually instances throughout American history where absolutely women have been given a fair shake. But I think the fair shake has more so happened socially. Yes, you're correct. There was a sort of dominance of men, especially back in the 50s and 60s, even really before the sexual revolution, over the household. And we can absolutely analyze that from a social viewpoint and see if that was bad or not. I think any ideology that tries to restrict the agency of someone because of what they look like is bad. And yes, there have been patriarchy in America that has done that. But do I think the fact that the institutions throughout America have been historically run by men is inherently patriarchal? No. Because men are the subjects of patriarchy, but patriarchy is more than simply a man being in control. So that's the problem with these sort of third-wave feminist ideas, because they're not really feminists, they're misandrous. They actually hate men, and they want to do everything they can to bring the idea of men down, including castigating them by association.
That is not my idea of feminism. So
I'm not saying yours. I'm saying third wave.
You're putting words
saying
in my
third
mouth
wave.
like that. No,
I'm
I
saying
think
yours.
that people are just looking for a far more intersectional representation of like ideas and beliefs that exist in America. And if you are like patriotic and believe in the democracy that has been created by America, we should be pushing for more equal representation. Because
I don't believe in democracy.
Oh, wow.
America is not a democracy. I don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in democracy.
Yeah, libertarian doesn't believe in democracy. Who would have
I believe
figured?
No, I don't. I
Wait,
mean,
you a libertarian?
Yes.
With the
Yes.
bears?
What do you believe in
the
then?
libertarian with the bears? Was it New Hampshire? Was it the bear colony? Was it the bears?
What?
Wasn't there
bears?
wasn't there a libertarian colony in America somewhere? But it didn't last very long because the
Oh.
bears came in and
Well,
ate
I
all
mean,
of them.
okay. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of
libertarianism is not
there's a lot of
serious
libertarian
ideology.
pop-ups.
So.
Of course it is. Of course, there's libertarianism.
So why are you so
libertarian-
passionate
okay,
about the idea of the Supreme Court if you're a libertarian? Like,
Well,
why is your
because
opinion so strong on
because
this?
I have to deal I have to deal with practical circumstances. And a lot of folks think that libertarians are not to deal with practical stuff. We do. I have to deal with practical circumstances. At least I do. As someone who is interested in philosophy and who actually wants to help the American experiment get better and better and better, I have to deal with practical circumstances. And in my opinion, trying to distort the image of the Supreme Court by injecting equity and diversity and inclusion into the Supreme Court is going to hurt the American experiment. So I have a moral obligation to stand up for not for the Supreme Court, for the American experiment in the form of that kind of resistance. Righteous
Your version of America is rooted in not the 1950s, but probably at the 1850s at this level.
Oh, Jesus.
What opposition, what moral opposition would you have had? Like, again, we saw this in the previous segment where you couldn't tell that that moral action was needed to be taken against Russia. What moral argument would you have against the abolition of slavery then? Because the logical conclusion of what you're arguing, and I've got a question for you as well, but the logical conclusion,
you're
what you're
equivocating.
arguing,
You're equivocating.
the logical conclusion of what you're arguing, the logical conclusion of what you're arguing right now.
Wait, Alex.
How about cringe?
Wait,
How about cringe?
Alex.
You like to go cringe?
Alex,
That's
okay,
cringe.
wait. No.
No, you.
Please, wait, everybody, please let Kevin finish asking the black person why he'd be against slavery. Continue.
Yeah, no, I'm just, it's a simple question. It's a simple a question that I have basically, which is that you've said that you're against democracy. You've said that suffrage would be forcing people to have rights. And you've also said that you're opposed to injecting equity and whatnot into the Supreme Court. The world that you're laying out is a very reactionary vision of America that's not shared by most Americans and not in the direction that America is moving. And I think that the founding fathers of America ultimately envisioned a self-perfecting system that they knew that they were flawed from the outset. And it seems like you want to keep a lot of these flaws and maintain their sort of institutionalization. My question for you, Christian, is very simple, which is that you said in your intro, you said that that you felt that what does this do for everybody who's black or everybody who's a woman? Because you said that that not everybody who meets those characteristics is in the judiciary, but you acknowledged, it was almost implicit in your acknowledgement there, that this would be helpful or could be seen as helpful if you are black and a woman and you're in law. So I guess my question is, your logic seems to be, because we can only kind of solve one thing a little bit here that only affects a few people, and we can't do everything at the same time at once, therefore do nothing. My question to you is, do you actually genuinely want to help people that are historically disadvantaged, or is it almost concern trolling, I guess is what I'm asking.
Oh my Jesus. So what you're doing there is, first of all, you equivocated. So there is absolutely no similarity between the abolition of slavery, which was a righteous cause founded on the principle of natural law, and the idea of having a black woman in the Supreme Court or in the corporate boardroom. There is absolutely no relationship to me that seems to be very clear between those two. Putting people in bondage against their rights is a violation of their natural rights, and that's something that obviously every moral person should respond to. Putting a black woman in an institution to say that you are now representing people, when in all reality there is no one person of any group that represents anyone of that group, that is not the same thing, and that is an absurdity. And that is my point. I want to help people who have been quote unquote historically disadvantaged by allowing us to have a meritocratic, a colorblind system that does not take into account their identity or their race, but takes into account what they can do. The problem is, and this is what W.E.B. Du Bois said in The Soul of Black Folk, the problem has never been that black folks have been unqualified. W.E.B. Du Bois said that the black race will be saved by its best, he said the Negro race will be saved by its best men. The problem is their merits have not been historically, in a lot of places historically, not been acknowledged by the broader system, or they have been forcibly suppressed by the broader system. So what do? You change that, not by trying to do a sort of reverse type of thing where you look at their skin color and above their merits and then put them in positions, but you change that by looking blindly at their merits. And you do that by embracing a colorblind system that does not embrace diversity, equity, or inclusion. You are presuming that DEI, or having this sort of equitable mindset, is the only way to correct historical injustice, and that is absolutely not correct. So I think that your argument is just absolutely.
Christian, can I ask you a question?
Your argument acts. One second. Your argument acts if this is the only way, because you have been saying, well, you don't want to do this or that, so you must want to help people. No, I don't want to buy into the system. I don't want to buy into the false paradigm that says these are the ways we have to address these issues. There are ways that are not particularly orthodox, that we can use to address these issues that
Oh my
embrace a spirit of
God.
radical individualism
So-
that are founded upon the American system.
So you'd have to actually lay out an alternative way then, as opposed to
I
just
just
going
did.
into abstract.
I just did.
Because
I
you
just did.
said earlier. Well, no, you haven't. You said earlier that you opposed suffrage and that you thought that suffrage was wrong, but yet
Yes.
you're trying to claim. But you're trying to
Let me
claim
address
now that the abolition of slavery was justified. But in both
Yes.
of those cases, you're using force to emancipate people, though. So
Yes,
on what
so-
grounds? Because it kind of sounds like you're an advocate of the literal patriarchy at this point, is what it sounds like.
No.
So-
No. So again, you're drawing together.
One second though, Christian. After Christian's response, we got to go to other people on the list. Christian's
Understood.
talked for like 40% of this topic, so just
Sure, understood. And my apologies. So again, you're drawing together a bunch of things that are not necessarily related. Me being opposed to equity does not mean I'm in favor of the patriarchy. There's no relation between the two. And me being
Well,
opposed to the
I said
idea,
suffrage.
me being opposed to suffrage does also not mean I'm in favor of the patriarchy either. By the way, because the suffrage has been used, quote unquote, by the patriarchy to advance their causes too. So it's a sort of all-purpose tool, isn't it? So the idea of suffrage, I'm against it. And one of my favorite philosophers, Lysander Spooner, wrote an essay about this. And what she basically says, there's nothing wrong with women and they have natural rights, but there's something wrong with thinking you can affect moral change through an inherently immoral system, and that immoral system is voting. And voting is immoral because it utilizes force many times illegitimately. Now, this is where I don't agree with Spooner's argument. He would have the entire
are you an
government.
anarchist?
No. I'm trying to qualify. He'd have the entire government abolished. I wouldn't. But a lot of times, in the current era, even back then, government is involved in areas where it has no moral right to be. And when voting is a thing, it can allow people to affect those areas and further entrench government involvement. So that's why I'm against this idea of suffrage and as a right per se. And I'm not against the idea of voting in principle. I think that it's a privilege. I think that it's important to a republic to be able to vote, but it's not necessarily a sacred right that allows us to be virtuous, to make good moral decisions, or be good citizens. Not necessarily. So that's my opinion. I don't want to talk for too long, but it's a very nuanced idea I have. And no, I'm not in support of the patriarchy because I don't think that voting's a right.
I think that if you had a system where all the Supreme Court justices, 100% of them, were from San Francisco, that would be a problem. And it's not because everyone from San Francisco necessarily has the same opinions, the same experiences, and so on. But we can agree that there's a broader trend, right? And the people in San Francisco are going to tend to have a kind of experience that is not necessarily shared across the rest of the country. So when we're talking about government systems, I don't think it's crazy to try to appoint Supreme Court justices that are representative of a diversity of opinions and experiences, right? This is like one of the situations where it absolutely does make sense to look for a diversity of experiences, right? And like, I'm listening to you, Christian, and I agree about these like policies that are putting the skin color first and are making people feel like diversity hires. Like, I've been in that position and it sucks to feel that way, right? And it's not fun, and I don't think it's good generally. But I think maybe we can come to some common ground. And I think the San Francisco example is a good example. Because I think if the Supreme Court was 100% people from New York, you probably also wouldn't like that. And you'd probably also want some diversity of viewpoint and experience in that environment.
Well, the problem with the diversity, the problem with the diversity higher line, though, let's just be clear about it, is it automatically assumes that. Oh, okay.
Is it my turn?
I said yes, Adam. It is your turn.
Okay, thank you, didn't hear. Right. So, with regards to the point whether institutions should represent the people as the Biden administration is trying to do, the answer is yes, and I can even give you European examples from my good old home country, Hungary. Back in Central Europe, there's a sort of national pastime called majoritarianism, meaning that the dominant group, the dominant ethnic group, culturally and population-wise, they get to rule everything, and no one else gets represented. Now, this actually led to essentially the quick dissolution of Hungary in the end after the Trianon treaties, losing 2/3 of its territories, but only because everything was in Hungary and Hungarians were in charge. They were 48% of the total population, and the rest basically could just go fuck themselves. So there's a very good case to be made for making institutions representative of the people, it contributes to essentially national stability. Also, there are points made about like meritocracy and basically just let the essentially the free market, the big meme, let the free market decide, or like well. This is not. I know this is not really the point. But like the idea of meritocracy, I just wanted to clarify that our current system has its own, like our current system. By that I mean talking about the U.S. So the U.S. system has its own baggage at this point. So certain people, through historic injustices, have collected or lost wealth. There's now a wealth hierarchy. I think, what was it, like for every $100 a white family owns, there's like $2.50 for like a black family or something. So there's very clear, very clear differences between different people, men and women. There's also like there's the pay gap, etc. If you go like these, for you to advocate for a meritocracy, first you need to equalize these things. And then we're getting into the weeds of like, okay, implicit bias, etc., which might again skew results. My point is, currently the idea of meritocracy in the US is a myth. It cannot function by definition, because in a meritocracy, if everyone just gets the same amount of starting, I guess, political power or capital or whatever, with the US's current baggage, socioeconomic baggage, they'll just end up reinforcing existing hierarchies in a pretty short term, basically. So that's for now. I'm done. So I'll join in later in the discussion.
Okay. I think that's everybody on the list. Kevin, it looks like you have your hand raised.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to clarify something very quickly, just about the diversity hire thing. I think that the diversity hire line it's kind of unfortunate here, because what Biden's saying is that he's going to be picking somebody who meets the characteristics of being black and female, but he's not saying that he's doing that and thereby saying, well, other people are better, or like the assumption in saying that somebody's a diversity hire automatically means that you think, well, they only got this job because of their skin color or whatever. It's very possible that if you were to have, say, 100 different candidates selected, no criteria enforced, that you wind up with a black woman to be on the Supreme Court. What he's doing here isn't saying, well, there's no way that they could get this without me explicitly stating it. He's not doing that. What he's doing here is a symbol, rather, of an acknowledgement of historical disadvantage, which everybody here seems to acknowledge was the case. And he's saying we're attempting to rectify that. So when people say, oh, they're just a diversity hire, it ultimately... it assumes that the only reason why they got this job is that they would have lost out if they were in an open pool. It's very well that a black woman could have won in an open pool. What he's doing here is sending a message, though, and I support it, and I also will say, just to clarify here, the reason why he needs to pick somebody as well that's to the left of me is that the Republicans have had 3 people that are considerably to the right of where I'm at. And so me looking at this, why wouldn't the Democrats also follow suit in that? I know Destiny said that that the problem with the U.S. Supreme Court was that it got politicized. But Destiny, you'd still say that the Democrats would be right to pick somebody as a liberal. Would you say that if Biden picked somebody? Yeah, right.
They're playing, of course, unfortunately.
Yeah, like it's a problem that it started out that way. But now that that's the rule of the game, Biden would be a fool not to counter that, right? So those are just my thoughts on this situation. Obviously, I got a lot of criticisms of Joe Biden and everything, but it seems kind of goofy to be particularly upset that Biden decided that he's going to pick somebody who's a black female. Like what? What's he going to do? Come out and say, I'm going to pick a white male? Like that'd be weird, you know?
By doing that, he's excluding gay people, he's excluding trans people, he's excluding a lot of other people that
the woman could be
marginalized as well. I'm just saying there's other marginalized people that he's excluding that could be represented. So by him saying a black person, and black women are very marginalized.
He never excluded bisexuals.
They're not the most marginalized people, though. I'm just saying there's other people. So what? But why not a Hispanic? Why not a Filipino? There's America's a melting pot. I'm saying why does it have to be a black woman? Do you see what I'm saying?
I think
that's the problem.
I think for the first time in this debate, Conspiracy Castle is making some sense. He's correct. From the left, there is this sort of
you guys just don't want to play
from the left, there is this sort of intersectional hierarchy that says that the more intersectional, the more your identity is intersectional with oppression, the more oppressed you are, and therefore the more equity you need. Okay, if that's the case, then being black and a woman, those are two categories according to a lot of left-wing ideology that do intersect with certain kinds of oppression. But if you're black, if you're a woman, if you're obese, and if you're trans. You're trans woman rather. You have more identities. If you're disabled, more. So again, there could be a critique from the left saying, why isn't Biden including more identities in that? And I'm certain there are critiques from the left about that too. But the general point,
no one is seriously making that criticism though. Maybe
perhaps not, but it's one that can be. It's one, if you believe in intersectionality, absolutely can be.
But the problem is,
Wait.
Absolutely.
Too many people speaking at once. Christian, you can finish your point, and then we got to wrap up, okay?
Okay. Here's my general point about this, okay? So I have no problem with a black woman being on the Supreme Court. There are plenty of black women who are conservative jurists, or who have not even always even voted with the conservative side. Barack Obama, I forgot, she's a woman in Arizona, I forgot what her name was, but Barack Obama, when he was a senator, accused her of being a judicial activist. Barack Obama accusing someone of being a judicial activist, and he goes on and appoints some of the biggest activists in the court's history, which is interesting. So, but there are plenty of qualified women, black women that Biden could absolutely pick who are conservative. But the problem is, it's not just about them being a black woman; it's about them being a black woman who's also progressive. And in my opinion, you should not have the identity qualifier at the forefront of a consideration that is going to impact an institution which is crucial to preserving and adjudicating the Constitution, which is the document upon which the American political project rests. That's what I'm saying. Identity has no relation to that whatsoever. And I don't care if people think that if someone is black and they're black, they have a relationship with them, this sort of metaphysical relationship. It's nonsense. I don't have a metaphysical relationship with someone just because they're black. If I don't know them, if I have nothing in common with them, regardless of our skin color, I have nothing in common with them. I consort with people. But no, the argument is that people want to feel represented, and having someone who's black might make black folks feel more represented. That's nonsense, though, because I'm not necessarily represented just because someone is black. If I have nothing in common with them, I don't share values with them, that does not mean I'll be represented. I mean, if Louis Farrakhan became a big political figure, he's black, but I don't agree with anything the man says. So skin color should not even be a primary. No,
yeah, but nobody's arguing that.
People are arguing that people want to be more represented, and they
being more represented doesn't necessarily 100% mean that. It's not a 100% like, oh, that guy's like, I'm black, all the same interests. It's
so why isn't
the probabilities?
Okay, so
you're still one person, Christian.
You guys are like that America should have people of different experiences and different beliefs. I agree, but you seem to be aligning that with skin color or some kind of other identity, gender or whatever.
Because skin color is one identity that you live a life with.
But you're also not acknowledging that there has been an underlying...
Okay, there's a bunch of people piling on at the same time.
Why can't you have...
Okay, 1 second. Pixel, could you finish your question? Then Watson will have like 20 seconds to respond. We got to wrap up.
It seems like you're ignoring the fact that there has always been an underlying identity qualifier for the Supreme Court in the first place, which was that you were a white man at the start, right? And that kind of idea has filtered down through the system. So, the idea of identity qualifiers has always been there, except now it's a little bit different, and it's trying to be more representative of the population in general.
And as I mentioned, instead of embracing the reverse of the original wretched idea of using identity as a qualifier for someone, you ought to reject it outright and embrace colorblindness full stop. That's all I'll say about this.
You ever think there's a scenario where someone's...
Taft.
Okay.
It's over.
We'll move on.
It's kind of funny that 9 white people
Alex.
are telling a black guy about cultural representation.
Okay.
Ironic, huh?
Okay. Okay. So now we're going to do wrap-up.
Can you do me too?
Yes, gladly. And I'll deafen. So now we're going to throw it over to Taft.
Wrapping up, I don't think it's crazy to try to have your Supreme Court represent the people. And I think if there's any scenario in which there is some legitimacy in trying to hire a diversity of opinions and appoint them, it would be a scenario like the Supreme Court. There are legitimate criticisms of engaging in diversity hiring, and I think that those are much more true elsewhere. I've personally experienced this, and it sucks, but it makes sense to me in this scenario. And obviously there's a political game being played here, and the Democrats are going to try to get in a liberal Supreme Court justice, and that's just the way it goes, the way the politics are right now. That's all.
Okay. I'm going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So I'll just start by saying, I don't think he will, but I hope that Biden doesn't replicate Obama's sort of hesitation with nominating a Supreme Court justice and fall for any sort of Republican delusions about bipartisanship here. Everybody knows that the Supreme Court has become a political institution at this point, and all that you can do if you're a Democratic president in that context is to, appoint somebody who's very Democrat, very left within the American context, and rush them through. I really do hope that he rushes them through. I think that a balance is important, especially given that you've got 3 new conservative justices. I think that that's important. That's why I say I hope he goes for somebody who's to the left of where I am to counter that out. I'll say this as well. I like the ideal of colorblindness. I'm not like a big fan of CRT or anything. I've argued against that kind of stuff in the past, but the thing is there's a little bit of a nuance with my position on this, which is that, well, we're not there yet. We're not there yet in America, and we're not there yet in Canada. In Canada, we've had injustices against Indigenous people, for example. That's happened in the United States too, and there's been injustices against Black women in general in the United States, specifically in the judiciary. And I think that the goal that you want to get to down the road is where you can have a fair colorblind system. But in order to get there, you have to rectify previous imbalances, and I think that this is a step in that direction. I do think, though, that once that sort of equity is reached, that you can actually have a serious and genuine colorblind approach. So in that sense, I believe in that sort of liberal colorblind approach that a lot of people criticize, but the leftists on the panel so far have made a very good argument and a compelling argument. And in general, in social media, I've seen leftists make a better argument on this issue than conservatives right now, because the fact of the matter is America's not ready to have a genuine, fair, colorblind approach on this. You actually have to rectify for previous imbalances first to get there. So to get outraged by this it's pretty cringy, honestly. And I think that Joe Biden's, I hope he hires somebody very good, very qualified for the position. And anybody who's going to dismiss them as, oh, they're a diversity hire or whatever. No, there's somebody very qualified who happen to also just meet the characteristics that were desired there. Thank you.
I'm going to throw it over to Pixel.
I agree with the Canadian centrist. I think most of those points were pretty solid. I also think that America is in a very difficult spot because politics has gotten to this place where it's such a team sport, including things like Supreme Court hires. They have become a team sport. I'm going to nominate somebody who represents my team rather than somebody who represents my ideology specifically. So I hope that Joe Biden nominates somebody even to the left of him. And I hope that he does exactly what Donald Trump did and pushes somebody through before midterms, because Roe v. Wade is. I worry about the government's position on Roe v. Wade for women in America. I think it's really concerning. So, yeah.
I'm gonna throw it over to Parker.
So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to base like who we pick for the Supreme Court based upon like allowing for more equitable representation. I think that's generally a decent thing to do. I also don't think that we can just like ignore the fact that who's determining who has the most merit and who's the best option for the Supreme Court or not. In the legislative branch, we're talking about Senate or whatnot. We're talking about it's overwhelmingly men, it's overwhelmingly white. We know who is picking these type of people that are going to the Supreme Court. So we also have to take that into account when we are adopting people to the Supreme Court. I don't think it's necessarily the best thing to say like, oh, we should look for like a person of this specific characteristic. But I do think that we do have to take into account injustice of the past to allow for more representation amongst like our systems of power.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it over now to Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just echoing everything that's already been said. I think that representation among our political institutions is pretty important. When we are ruled democratically, we want to feel like those institutions represent us. If I had a panel of, like 9 Asian people deciding whether or not affirmative action should exist at a school, or 9, whatever women deciding whether or not paternal rights should be protected for children or whatever, like I think it's good in our systems in general to have some representation of the general population so that they feel like their institutions represent them when it comes time to ruling on how those institutions or how they engage with those institutions.
Okay, I'm gonna now throw it over to Adam something.
Thank you. So, I mean, yes, I pretty much agree to what Destiny said. There is, by the way, a meritocratic case for affirmative action, because if you take a black and white person who have similar achievements, but the black person is like a bit lower, of course, but the black person comes from a very impoverished background, because historically, of course, black people have been more impoverished in the US, and that stands to reason that the black person worked much harder to get to that level below somewhere below the white person. And so at that point, the person who worked the hardest should get the position. So there's that. But I'm not looking to open an argument on that. I just wanted to put it out there. As for the meritocratic argument, of course, as people said, meritocracy at this point cannot work yet. It's a nice future prospect, but it's the same way as like it's as if you instituted like limitless free market in the US tomorrow by just like removing the government. That's cool, but then 2 days later you're going to be living in the Bezos empire because of all his leverage and because of all the advantage he built up, which he will leverage, of course, in pursuit of power. So, yeah, that's my take.
He wouldn't have subsidies anymore.
The Christian, you're next.
I guess.
Anyway, yeah. So look, I think that it's quite obvious what the answer is here. If you're looking at this from a first principles foundational perspective on the American experiment, and you guys can laugh all you want, but the answer here is very simple. We pick someone who is concerned with executing the functions faithfully of the Supreme Court, and you pick someone who is concerned with doing that, and not someone on the basis of what they look like or what you presume their experience to be, because they are a black woman or whatever consortment of identities you've managed to concoct in your paradigm. The Supreme Court has a very particular duty. In the United States, has a very particular duty to its institutions, and we should have an eye on preserving those and not preserving our ideas of what they should look like when those ideas may not add anything that is epistemically beneficial to the institutions themselves.
And Alex.
Well, guys, it's been a lovely debate. I have to say, it was very spirited at times. And listen, we know that Joe Biden is the most popular president ever, 81 million votes. So we know that he is a great representation. And Joe Biden, we know that is one of the best presidents of all time, that we know that he is so capable and that he's running this country. He's doing an awesome job. So with the job that he's doing, because America is doing so great right now, I can't wait for the Supreme Court justice that he picks. As a matter of fact, like I said, I love the intersectionality aspect of it. I'm just mad that it's not representative enough of people that are marginalized. Like I said, I would like to see a trans person, somebody gender fluid. I would like to see more people that are marginalized represented. But we know that Joe is the smartest guy. His son, Hunter Biden, he even said is the smartest person he knows. I hope he asks Hunter. I hope he asks his son. I hope he calls Hunter on the phone. They smoke some crack together and they figure out who this is going to be. Because let me tell you something. If Joe Biden is he's doing such a good job with America right now, I know whoever he picks is going to be the best thing for America.
Yeah, the main point is that they're not part of a certain ethnic group, right?
I know. I hope they're black and gay and trans. No, I hope they're part of every group.
No, I mean with the echoes and the deep state. Anyway,
we gotta keep going. Okay. For everybody at home, of course, donations, subs, and everything to keep the show going is appreciated. And I thank again everybody for coming on for the show. I know it's a long one, but we only have one topic left, and then we're finally wrapping up, so you can all go pass out on your beds. I know it's a long show. I can just see it on Alex's face.
My dog's just going crazy. No, I love it. I'm gonna put my dog out in the backyard. Hold on, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good to go.
Also, somebody asked me. Yes, you can go use the bathroom. You do not need to ask me. You are allowed to use the bathroom. Oh, Destiny, you can go use the bathroom permanently if you want. I'd appreciate it.
Wait,
Okay.
Can I really?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't leave, Destiny. We got it. Last round. We got to finish it. We finished what we started here.
Okay. So we're going to the last topic, and the last topic is a simple one. How do we unite the country? Now, this could also apply to countries that, like, for example, he's in Hungary. Adam is. So
Currently, I'm in Germany, so just to
oh,
clarify.
well, he's from Hungary, but he's in Germany. But this is something that can apply across the world because divisions and across party lines and across peoples is an international phenomenon. But how do we unite the country through an American perspective or an Australian perspective or any perspective? How do we go about it? Or is it a lost cause? A very doomer question. I'm going to start with Taft in the bottom right hand corner.
How do we unite the country? I mean, I think there's a serious problem with people polarizing and sectioning off into their own groups. And you see that on social media, especially. People develop echo chambers and reinforce negative opinions. I think that we need to try our best to reach out to people and have conversations and to connect with people, even if we think that if we disagree with them to an incredible degree. This tends to be more of a problem with progressives. They're more likely to ban or block someone based on political problems, political disagreements than conservatives, but it goes both ways. And the one thing that we need to be doing is just making sure people are talking to each other more.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So to kind of answer this question, there are a lot of factors here, but I think, we can look at some of the micro factors of the division between individuals and whatnot and what sort of solutions might exist there. And I actually think that to some extent, debate culture has helped with that to mitigate divisions. I think, imagine if panels like this didn't exist, we'd actually be in a worse position. So I think that talking to the other side is important. Debates are important. And I think that, yeah, there is a problem with some people that don't really want to engage in debate. I've seen this. It used to traditionally be a problem more attributable to progressives and people to the left of that, but that's changed in recent years. Where what I've seen now is actually oftentimes it'll be people of like the Steven Crowder type, for example, that don't want to debate. They'll shy away from debating. That's always very cringy. Now, at a broader level, more systemic level, I think that there is a role for government here to actually step in to provide a mechanism for the divisions that do exist. And there's always going to be divisions and disagreement, but to have that be more organic, because we know, and this is a fact, that the divisions that exist in our societies in Canada, America, Australia, the UK, have been exacerbated by foreign interference, particularly emanating from fascist Russia. We have the Internet Research Agency based in St. Petersburg, that have been co-opting numerous progressive, far left, and far right and alt-right groups and pitting them against each other because they know they can't defeat us on a battlefield, so they have to stoop to these levels. What I would suggest the government do is very simple. We ban Russia today. There's no more hostile media that's tolerated to propagandize our kids, basically, and sometimes even our grandparents get suckered into it. And there's no more media officials, media figures, social media figures getting paid by hostile entities and not registering that. I think registering foreign agents is important. And I think you should not be allowed to accept $1,000 donation from the Syrian dictator, Jimmy Dore. So that's how I would go about that.
Pixel.
Muted.
I'm muted.
Oops. I'll explain from an Australian perspective. I think there's a lot of challenges when it comes to uniting a country, and I don't know if it will ever be fully achieved in any of our lifetimes. I think there are certain things that we can do to increase the robustness of democratic structures in our society. I also think that I agree with the previous two speakers that talking to people who disagree with you is really important to be able to navigate some of the more difficult issues. I think why it's such a problem in progressive spaces is because for so long, minorities who generally lend towards progressive ideology have really struggled and felt like they were fighting for their identity. And so what has happened is kind of a fragmentation of the left, which has resulted in kind of an in-group, out-group rhetoric that exists on the left. Like, if you're not my type of left, then you're not on my team. And so I think one of the best things we could possibly do is stop thinking about politics and political conversation as a team sport, rather just a large conversation. But in order to be able to do that, there are some fundamental things that people need to agree on, whether that is like liberty or personal rights and things like that. So I don't know if it will happen in our lifetime. I think in America you have a particularly large set of challenges, mainly because of the leaking of religion into political discourse, but I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Parker.
I think that a way in which we could unite the country is by addressing bad arguments that exist instead of just banning them off platforms. I also think that talking about these issues and educating people on each other's opinions, because people have a huge misunderstanding of other people's ideologies, will allow us to understand other people a lot more. But one more thing I do want to ask is, what do we consider like a united country? Or like, what would a united country look like? Because I don't think we'd be anywhere near like what a united country would be like associated with.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Destiny.
I think the two most important things that need to happen is, one, we need to have some factual basis that we agree on. Without that, literally everything falls to pieces. And right now, we like have different groups of people that just have totally different realities that they live in the United States. So I think that's one of the most important things. Second thing, hopefully that kind of stems from a result of that, is we need to go back to being able to fight with each other rather than all of us kind of existing in our own areas. It's getting scary how far the right and the left are kind of like spreading apart because there doesn't seem to be much conversation anymore. I think the polarization has gotten really extreme, such that everybody on the left sees everybody on the right as a fascist, everybody on the right sees everybody on the left as some weird SJW woke police, and there's like no more conversation in the middle that kind of keeps both sides grounded into themselves.
Look at that. He just copied my take. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but I bet I said it better. Fuck you.
Maybe.
Okay, I throw it now over to Alex Stein. How do we unite the country, Alex? Are you that uniting figure?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this would be very easy to unite the country. I mean, first things first, if the Dallas Cowboys winning the Super Bowl, that would help. But listen, what we have to do is we have to do a reallocation of the military-industrial complex, and we'd have to give our people universal basic income, because that would make everybody happy. I'm not even that pro-universal basic income. I'm just not pro wasting all this money in the military-industrial complex. So I'm talking about what will actually unite the country and what will make people happy. I'm not saying this is the best thing. And then once you do that, you'll give enough people, everybody can buy their PlayStation 5, and then they can plug into the metaverse. And that's what's going to happen, is they're going to make our world so terrible on the outside that we're going to run to the metaverse. And in the metaverse, we can be 10 feet tall. We can have a 10-inch dick. We can be transsexual. We can be a badass. So the way we unite the country is you got to give enough people enough money to buy technology in order to plug into Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse. And then that way we wouldn't have time to fight, because a digital fight, nobody gets hurt. It's like Dungeons and Dragons or something. So that's the only way we unite the country, is we take the fight off the street and we bring it to the metaverse. And in there, with the universal basic income, we live like kings when we plug into our pod. I can't wait for it.
What do you think of the 49ers, Alex?
I think, though, listen, this is the conspiracy side. I actually played high school football with Matt Stafford. He's my quarterback. I was captain of the team. But listen, I believe that this is the conspiracy. This is the conspiracy. That's true. You can look it up. Highland Park football captain, Alex Stein, 99. But this is the conspiracy, why they're going to say San Francisco is going to win. Pittsburgh has 6 Super Bowls. New England Patriots have 6 Super Bowls. And now San Francisco is going to get their 6th Super Bowl, 666. So if they win, it got called here tonight. You heard it here first.
Okay. Throwing it over to Christian.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people have hit on a good point here by saying conversation is important. But more than conversation, the foundational basis upon which we pursue conversation for is even more important. The philosopher Hugo Grotius, who many folks haven't heard of, but the American founders certainly knew who he was. And John Locke certainly knew who he was, because John Locke actually took a lot of influence from him. He said that man, along with being a social creature, which wasn't really unique or new to him, he said that along with being a social creature, man's existence also is interested in a peaceable relation with other people. So while we are a social creature, that doesn't just mean we can talk or anything. It means we also want to build civilization, community, society. There is a natural interest for us to want to do this. But in order for us to do this kind of thing, we have to recognize, this is a point that he makes, others make as well, that there has to be a self-love that we have for ourselves. Because in order to build something with other people, we have to love and respect ourselves. The problem is a problem of resentment. And in politics these days, politics is oftentimes a game of resentment. A lot of people hate. They hate. and they hate so much they forget how to love. So I do think, in a sense, that love of self, at least, is the basis for how we can continue, even having a common basis. Because we can disagree on every single other thing. But if we can agree on, you know what, we love ourselves enough to work together in concert to achieve some common aim, even if we don't know what it is, then that'll be enough, to save civilization. So conversation is important, but self-love is also important. And increasing that amount of self-love in the conversation is also equally important.
Wow. Destiny, do you love everyone on this panel?
Yeah.
I have no reason not to.
You love me the most, though,
Love.
right, Destiny? Right? You kind
I
of crush
do
on
like
me the
conspiracy
most.
castle the most.
And that's the thing. We can
Thank you. I appreciate you being
we
honest.
we can viciously and angrily disagree with each other, but at the end of the day, walk away hopefully saying, this is a good faith conversation. I hope to have more. That's self-love transposed into universal love of community.
Amazing. We're going to throw it now over to Adam to wrap up the intros for the final topic.
Sure. So unity in America. Well, right. As others have said, the problem is that these two sides have diverged too far from each other. However, I don't think this can be solved with self-love. Yeah, we can all, like, in this panel, we're all cordial, we're all intellectual, we're all polite to each other. But what if I was some kind of groiper, and I said to Christian, "Hey, Christian, as soon as we get into power, we're going to deport you back to Africa, and we don't give a shit. So, goodbye." So at that point, there can be, like, as you can see, there are certain limits beyond which there's just no cooperation, and just there's no real way of, like, coming together as a nation, right? I think America is pretty close to that point, actually. But this is oh god, this is due to so many reasons. One of which is American media.
I wasn't the
Like,
biggest
America
fan
doesn't
of
have
Mercenaries.
state media, like,
Thought it was okay.
mostly impartial state media, like the BBC, like Czech television, like established European broadcasters, which are, for the most part, try to be impartial. Instead, there is for-profit news organizations, and of course, I mean, CNN, MSNBC, etc. There's some, like, NPC, whatever, Virtue Signal, etc. for-profit kind of news organizations. But then there's Fox News, which is that plus with a cause, like Rupert Murdoch is the owner, or is I believe the chairman currently. There's, in America, I see a mostly, like, on the right wing, this, like, very sometimes well organized essentially disinfo networks on par with RT. So we have the fucking breakdown over Minnie, I think, the Disney's Minnie Mouse having the suit thingy instead of the skirt. Now we have, like, in America, there's all these it's like sort of manufactured outrages, and sometimes these manufactured outrages actually go a bit beyond, Minnie Mouse and stuff. Sometimes it's Tucker Carlson making thinly veiled white supremacist statements on air. So, and I don't see this slowing down. We've even gone so far in America as January 6th, for example. So I have no idea at this point how America could be united. Maybe with time, some people will grow out of it, and or, like, one solution I can see is that conservatives, like right-wing people in general, who vote Republican, etc., they will slowly fade into irrelevance, and then the Democratic Party will keep winning the elections, and then the real presidential election becomes the Democratic primary, and with that, at least you have the sort of right-wing part of the country contained, and so the differences will become somewhat irrelevant.
Okay, now who wants to start off the open panel? Okay, Christian.
I mean, Adam, something. I think that, like,
Yeah, let Taft
Sort
Taft do it.
yeah, the rhetoric around, like, well, we just need to wait for Republicans and conservatives to fade into irrelevance or contain them in some way, and then everything will be okay. I think that that's the sort of thing that, like, contributes to division and frustration between people. And I mean, you're right that, like, the United States is not going to be united by any, like, easy means, but I think that we have to start by accepting that there's going to be fundamental differences in opinions between people, and it's not enough to just wait for them to disappear or hope they do, but we have to actually go to the table and negotiate with them.
The problem is once you go to the table, one person says that, oh yeah, hey, by the way, it looked like a fair election by the one, and the other thing is like, deep state Pizzagate, the raping children, it's in the basement. So at which point there's no real point to discuss these things, right? So when I say waiting for conservatives to fade into irrelevance, I'm referring to a broader societal tendency in the U.S., which sees like people with progressive views increasing. And the only reason why Republicans are able to win presidential elections at this point is due to Republican affirmative action, aka the Electoral College. If you look at the electoral numbers, like the popular vote numbers for like I think a good 20 years, except for Bush, after 9/11, etc. Like there were the candidates for Republicans either won very narrowly or just lost the popular vote. Donald Trump, firebrand, New Age, etc., future of the party, lost to Hillary fucking Clinton by I think what was like 2 million votes or something. So within the U.S., there's a definite tendency for the country to become more progressive and therefore not align itself with Republicans. And once like if only like say 25% of the country is deep state, January 6th, Pizzagate conservative, then at that point there's no real division because it's just the crazies. I mean, we have them everywhere, like 75%.
I have to say one thing.
Well,
I have to
the
say one thing. You say
problem-
Pizzagate's crazy. I have to say this one thing. But Ghislaine Maxwell just got convicted of being a child sex procurer who flew on an airplane.
Did she
So
go
you
to
know
the
that.
pizza
So you don't believe there's any
restaurant?
child sex. So I'm just saying you don't believe there's any sort of child sex exploitation.
No.
I'm not talking about Pizzagate.
There absolutely is, my friend.
Wait. The
There absolutely
problem.
is, my friend.
But even though Ghislaine
problem-
Maxwell is guilty of being a child sex procurer, nobody in high up does anything with children. Is that what you're saying, Adam?
That's not relevant to Pizzagate, though, right? Pizzagate's
Yeah,
a
it is,
different
because
conspiracy.
relevant- We have a
really
No,
interesting topic. I don't
Pizzagate's a
think
different
It's
conspiracy.
relevant.
Oh
It's
my God.
100%
Okay.
relevant because
So-
it's talking about elite people that do stuff. You can try to make it.
No,
Oh,
Pizzagate's
it's
a
a right-wing
specific.
No, you're
No,
trying
it's
to
a
talk about
specific
Pizzagate.
conspiracy
Can I
theory.
clarify?
Talking, I
Can I
listen. I know
clarify?
the difference. You're
Wait,
talking
wait,
about
wait,
James
let's
Alefantis
stop.
and Comet Ping Pong Pizza,
Well,
but he's trying to generalize.
Can I
like
clarify
there's
quickly
ways that don't
something?
do anything with.
Alex,
No, but let me just.
You asked them a question though, and if you ask
So-
a question, right, you've got to let
Okay,
them
okay,
answer the
well,
question.
Can I clarify quickly? Yeah,
Let me clarify my question and then you answer it.
Yeah,
But you
wait,
asked
wait,
them the
no.
question.
Okay.
So wait, okay. So the point I was making was not about the American political elite. Of course, I mean it's full of pedophiles, as we've seen. Like fucking Epstein had the phone numbers to have the fucking U.S. elite. Sure, that's why he was killed in prison. Obvious, like we know that. What I'm saying, but I'm not talking about. Okay,
What?
I'm not. Look, I'm not talking about. Okay, now we're sure. So. Now, okay, but what I'm talking about is the people and people's views that have been heavily informed by conservative media outlets. I'm talking about the American conservatives, and which essentially sent them off the deep end. So we're not talking about the decision makers per se. We're talking about people and their sentiments.
I think conservatives
look.
and liberals both know Ghislaine Maxwell was a
Can we
child sex
look? I've got.
procurer.
Look, let's be for real. Nobody here is prepared to have the detailed conversation about Pizzagate except for maybe Alex, and so let's probably bring it back to the main conversation about unity.
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna-
the
I'm gonna
point.
start writing down names. I'm going to start with Destiny, then Kevin, then Christian in that order, and then Pixel.
I think that what Taft said has to be reckoned with. This idea that Republicans are only here, like, I think that Democrats have been slowly forced to accept that it is not the case that Republicans only exist in the United States through some trickery of the system. As we expand voting to more people, even mail-in voting, it doesn't seem to favor one party over the other. As voting rights are expanded in states, it doesn't seem to favor one party over the other. And even the idea that, like, oh my God, things are unfairly gerrymandered, what a fair gerrymander even is highly contentious. Arguably, the most reasonable gerrymanders that represent real districts in the United States would heavily skew towards favoring Republicans because they tend to live in more diverse areas, not diverse areas, more politically diverse areas than liberals who are highly concentrated in cities. So I think we have to be careful not to just assume that, like, if we eliminated one thing, like, it would be Democrats would get way more representation or something. Even the Electoral College, it might be the case that Republicans would spend more time campaigning in, like, Central California or rural parts of Vermont or something if they knew that they could get votes from there. So even the Electoral College, getting rid of that might not necessarily change the way the elections go. They might, it might not, we don't know. I think it's important that we recognize that we have a true diversity of opinion in the United States, and that we do need to reckon with the fact that there are a lot of people that disagree with each other, and then work to, like, bridge that gap and have those conversations.
And when everyone's in
Okay.
their echo chambers, right, that's what causes this misinformation to spread and these conspiracy theories to thrive. It's when people feel totally dismissed, out of hand, that they say, well, fuck you, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm only going to talk to people who are going to legitimize my views, right? And that's scary. That's dangerous. We can't have a thriving, functional society based on people feeling this way. So I think that, really we need to reckon with actual differences and bring people to the table to talk to them.
So conservatives and Republicans are always going to be a thing. I've argued before that the culture war is obviously, that's not up for debate. Eventually, even the most conservative Republicans will support trans rights in a couple hundred years, but conservatives will still be a thing. They'll still be more conservative than where progressives are, and the Republican Party will still be a thing, or at least the similar ideology to it, because those values, those economic beliefs especially, are popular and do resonate with people, and the Democrats don't offer that. In fact, I would say that it's actually kind of the opposite of what Adam was getting at right now, which is that if the Republicans were to just drop like, not everybody who's a Republican does this, but a lot of Republican officials will race bait. They'll do dog whistles against Latinos and blacks. If they drop that and they genuinely were like an equal opportunity type party, they didn't have that sort of like white centric bias to them, I would argue they would basically turn America into a one party democracy. You'd still have the Democratic Party. They look a lot like Japan, but the Republicans would win every election because a lot of black voters, a lot of Latino voters are actually conservative. And so the only reason why the Democrats have a serious shot each election is that the Republicans shoot themselves in the foot by being racist. And you might say, well, why do they do it? Well, they don't necessarily care about winning. A lot of these officials would rather not have to sit or work with a black guy than win more elections. And that's just the nature of the party right now. Now, that's not to say all Republicans. I think Bill Kristol, if you look at him, he's got a great way to unite and have a really reasonable Republican Party. And in fact, I would say, people like Bill Kristol, people like Mitt Romney, these are the sort of folks on the right that the left should be engaging with, should be welcoming, not demonizing or whatever, because they fundamentally do believe in a generally a progressive America in the sense of, racial equality and everything. They just happen to be, conservative on matters of economics and whatnot, or, small L liberal, that sort of stuff. I think the problem is, you've got a radical fringe on the far right and the far left, and they've been heightened and amplified by foreign interference, specifically always having them on. You turn on Russia Today America, who's always on? It's the Green Party, it's the Libertarian Party, it's some far right racist, it's some far left pro-Russia fan, right? That's what's really driving that division, because America's always had division. It was just never as salient as it is now, because there's that potential for foreign malfeasance.
We got to move on. We're going to throw it to Walker is next.
Walker.
Oh, sorry, Watson.
Oh, that's funny. No, I want to echo what Taft and Destiny said. Conversation is important, and Adam Something really has a very cynical and dismal view of civilization. John Stuart Mill had the radical idea that that discourse was the bridge between error and truth. And really, the reason, again, why a lot of people embrace falsehood is because human beings are creatures of desire. We desire something a little bit bigger than ourselves. We desire community, and a lot of folks happen to just fall into the wrong kind of people who say the right kind of things, or what sound like the right kind of things to them, and soothe their ears, and that brings them down this long tailspin. This is how cults happen. This is how the Ku Klux Klan has got a lot of its members even in. And Daryl Davis has used the principle of discourse to go ahead and convince many Klansmen to shed the robe and embrace a colorblind idea and forego their racism. So discussion is absolutely imperative to beating bad ideas. I mean, sectioning off an entire part of the country, like Hillary Clinton did, calling them deplorables or undesirables, doesn't do anything but cause more resentment and cause bad ideas to flourish even more. So we have to confront this with discourse, not with derision.
Pixel?
I think the problem in America is that because discourse has always been so far to the right,
I'm getting
as
fucked
opposed to
in
in
this
other, let's say, liberal democracies, it's that a lot of progressives have commonly had to meet conservatives on their truth, on their common ground, like the agreement in a Christian God, or like progressives in America have always had to continue to make concessions to conservative beliefs in order to be able to continue having that conversation with them. And that's the most difficult thing to get past in American politics, because there are just fundamental differences in like an understanding of the world. And so I think that is where one of the major struggles will exist in uniting. If we're talking about conversation, that's where one of the like fundamental problems will be.
I actually kind of wasn't paying attention.
And
I
Adam.
didn't know that I was so low health.
Sure. So I just wanted to add to
Thought it
what
was
I
like
said
16
before.
at least.
So as Pixel said, the U.S.
So I
is
might
distinctly
die.
more sort of right-leaning.
I don't think so, though. but
Than other Western
a little bit
democracies.
scary.
That's just true. The Democratic Party from Europe, it's like a center-right party at best, with some like progressive virtue signaling, which is good though, like, and some progressive measures, so that's good. The problem with the Republican Party though is that the far right has kind of started becoming the mainstream under Trump. You know, like Trump dropping the euphemism instead of protecting the job market. Now we're just gonna bar Mexicans and like Muslims and whatever from the country. You know, of course the classic very fine people on both sides. So on the Republican Party, there has been a distinct shift towards the far right in recent years. And at that point, like I think that's the thing that really prevents discourse, because it's like so once again, like this is the centrism problem, right? So if one party says, hey, we want to let in, say, 1 million immigrants into the U.S. every year, and the other party says, okay, well, we want to let in 200,000 immigrants to the U.S. every year, and so we can sit down to the table, we can discuss, we can come to a conclusion. Okay,
survived
we're gonna let
one
in
health.
600,000 immigrants, and then everyone is happy, everyone is celebrating. But then, what if one party says, "Hey, we should let in immigrants into the country," and the other says,
Feels
that,
good
no, we
to be
cannot
an
do that because
absolute
that will ruin
winner.
the white character of
Chad.
our nation, and so ban all immigration from brown countries, etc. Like, there's no
I never
argument to be
lose in
had there,
this
right?
game.
Because the views are just diametrically opposed, and so what you can do
Yep.
there is essentially work to make the other side, which you find heinous, essentially irrelevant politically, which is it's a natural process. So don't think of this as like the Biden death squad showing up to Alabama and like purging the trailer parks or something. No, this is just an ongoing process, and I think every person who doesn't belong to the Republican school of thought, I think, should help it along. And I have a cat on my chair. Thank you.
Why not ask people why they believe the things they believe and then use scrutiny to analyze those beliefs? Yes, there are some people who are indeed way far gone. I agree. And how society, or how rather us as individuals, not society, us as individuals handle those kind of folks is going to be a very different conversation. But a lot of folks are quite
Society
agreeable,
is
at
way
least
too
on
far
some
gone.
basic things.
To the left.
And so you shouldn't just count off a bunch of people, write off a bunch of people rather, from being reasoned with because they held some beliefs that you personally find to be heinous or incorrect. Again, this is the Daryl Davis principle. Go in to the dens of the Klansmen, show them kindness, talk to them, explain to them nicely why they're wrong. And if some of them will not shed their beliefs, but many of them did and are continuing to do so, and they're leaving that ideology, and colorblindness and racial equality are getting more advocates, which makes the ideas that you want to see succeed even more popular. That's the principle we should be embracing. And so this idea that people who are, again, deplorables, they're far gone, that's just not an idea that's going to be contributive to a free and prospering civilization. It's contributive to an insular civilization that is going to eventually evolve into some kind of internal conflict and perhaps collapse from it or whatever.
Well, Christian,
I won that
the
game,
problem with
guys.
that,
I
though, is
won
that when
that.
Hillary Clinton said that there was 50%,
Wait,
she
is it
said
still
about
there?
half of Trump supporters were deplorables. She was correct about that, and that those people in recent years have gotten far more radicalized to the point where One America News Network is the liberal wing of their movement. That's how like it's a problem, okay? And I think, you know, any sort of serious discussion about this can't just be, okay, well, let's just sit down and talk to people on the other side. We actually have to look at what's the source of the problem, because there was always division in America, but social media and the internet allowed foreign countries, foreign enemies to take advantage of that. And we can't do that to Russia because Russia censors their own media. Russia meddles in their own media. They have their own state media. So they can do it to us, but we can't do it to them. Now, I'm not arguing we should be like them, but it is a vulnerability of an open society and a democracy. And I think that we need to be aware of it. And we should have legislation to keep out media propaganda from hostile countries. Would you be opposed to that?
Yeah, because again, the internet has sort of democratized and connected the entire world together. And so, you know, even if you explicitly ban foreign regimes from advertising in America, there are other ways that foreign regimes can get their stuff into America. So instead of trying to ban and censor things, why not? I wouldn't even be opposed to, and this is a little bit even too much for me, so the government releasing some sort of national security notice that's like a handbook. Here's how you can recognize the signs of foreign influence in certain kinds of ads. I wouldn't be opposed to that, because yes, it can be a national security problem in some cases. But banning and censoring things will not stop a regime that is aggressively determined on influencing American minds from doing so.
It'll make it harder for them to do it. So if the government, you're fine with the government. You're fine. Wait. You're fine with the government acknowledging that it's a security threat, but you're not okay with the government addressing that threat. You just say leave people to their own devices, because that's not working. Putin's winning the information war right now, and it's unfortunate.
The founders understood that you need a virtuous people for a free society, and you cannot legislate
virtue. They didn't know about the internet, Christian.
They didn't know about the internet. Educated people.
Well, education is a virtue. Education is a virtue.
Okay, but they never could have predicted that Putin would use propaganda and information warfare the way that he's doing, right?
The point is much less about the founders and more so about the principle of people being self-educated and having the knowledge to combat these things themselves, because that's going to be much more powerful, in my opinion.
Self-education is the problem, though, right? Like, because the American education system is so flawed in so many ways.
Yes,
the self-education system is not working because you literally have QAnon, which got exported to like my country as well and everywhere
and the
else.
anti-vax.
Well, I gotta say this. You guys keep on talking, but I want to say this. Why is everybody saying the right? Joe Biden just got 81 million votes and is our president. Why are you guys keep on talking that everybody's so right in America? I would say that America's more progressive than right. I mean, you guys
80 million people still voted for Trump, though, right?
But I'm saying so more. If you know 81 million, there's so more people are progressive. So Trump lost. Do you know that?
Yes, but that's still a lot of people with like literally polarized politics.
Wait. It's not an argument against division.
Biden, there's too many people talking. I know. I can't hear anything. So we gotta everybody quiet down for a second. Alex Stein hasn't said anything for most of the panel, so I'm gonna let him. I can't get a word in. I mean, Kevin, all he does is, talk about cringe, dude. Every point you make is cringe. I mean, I can't even.
Okay, you thought Russia was in NATO, my goober. You thought Russia was in NATO, dude.
I can't have an opinion, and that doesn't mean every. Well,
it just means that your opinion is goofy. It just means that your opinion is Chesterfield, dude. Your opinion is Chesterfield, Alex.
Dude, you're sitting there with that beard. You look like the worst goofball I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, you know what? The beard's fake. I have a base beard, dude.
You're in Canada. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking about the representation of America. You don't.
Excuse me. The same tactics that Putin's using against your country, he's using against mine. We have a common enemy, and apparently you're in this subservient phase to him to parrot his talking points. Honestly, it's completely embarrassing that you come on a panel to talk Ukraine. You thought Russia was in NATO.
Okay, both of you are going to be muted. Okay, Alex, so you will be able to finish your point. You got about like 30 seconds, okay? All right.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you have any viewers, they're absolutely idiots. I just want to say that.
Excuse me, my community is smarter than all of yours.
Stop.
Well, I'm just saying they're absurd. So you can say whatever you want about me. But listen, this is the problem with America is that we have a media that's going to constantly keep us divided. Every single aspect from the social engineering, from the people in power is going to keep us divided. So listen, and really in a foxhole, people aren't even that racist. When you go into the store, people aren't like saying the N-word. It's not as bad as you say. There's not people having lynchings. Yes, does racism exist? Of course. But to the level and degree that they say racism exists, it's not like that. But you're going to have people, this is the thing, this is the problem. A&W hamburgers, when they got in the hamburger business, they were trying to compete with McDonald's. They did a nationwide survey study. They asked Americans what they thought was a better value, a quarter pounder burger for $4 or a third pound burger for the same price. Overwhelmingly, Americans picked the quarter pounder burger thinking 1/4 is more than 1/3. So we're dealing with idiots. Everybody can't do a simple math problem like that. So that's why the media, that's why the social engineers that control the narrative will always have us fighting with each other. If we actually want to solve our problems, we would stop fighting with each other, bickering over race, sex, and gender issues that people don't even normally care about, and actually fix the multinational corporations that are running the world. Yeah, I'm saying, but that's how we solve the problems. That's how we do
people care about race and sex and gender. That's kind of a big part of people's lives, dude.
But I'm saying at the store, but that's what I'm saying. You shouldn't judge a person by the color of their skin. You should judge it by the content of their character. But you don't want to do that. You have to.
But you're on the side. Yeah, but you're on the side of people that do have an issue with people on the basis of their skin color and their gender or their sex. I'm not saying you. I'm saying the conspiracy camp. The far right conspiracy camp. That's basically the problem here, right?
Okay. So you're trying to make me.
Well, you've defended a far right petro state tonight.
I a lot of different stuff. I'm in the middle. See, I'm actually a centrist.
I'm meaning both of you because what you're doing right now, both of you, is you're dividing this country further. Okay, you're tearing it at the seams. You and Kevin will divide this country further. The Vax Song man and the Canadian. So. We're probably going to wrap it up since we're at 11:12. So I'm going to start with Christian because Christian wants to say something.
Yeah, I think that, and this is a problem across political spectrum too. I think that a lot of progressives tend to overstate the influence of QAnon, a lot of the fringer groups in the Trump camp. Lo and behold, the Trump camp most certainly has brought out some elements of the country that are horrid and that should not at all be embraced at all. Not means we shouldn't talk to them, but they're just some elements that are just have bad beliefs. But most people, I think, who voted for Trump voted as a protest statement against the establishment, the typical everyday establishment, doings of Washington. Mitch McConnell saying we're going to balance the budget and going ahead and passing a $1 trillion omnibus bill. John Boehner saying we're going to cut cap and balance and going ahead and funding and funding some of Barack Obama's one of the biggest spending expenses. I mean, there are all kind of reasons why Trump was voted in, and to say that racism was one of them is really to overstate the importance of that. And really, I think conservatives overstate the amount of socialists on the left. A lot of folks on the left really aren't socialist. A lot of folks on the left are basically progressives. Some are neoliberals or whatever. Some don't think neoliberals on the left. I think they are. But a lot of them are not, strict socialists. So I think that the fundamental attribution error is a psychological phenomenon, has an impact on all of us. But ultimately, to wrap this all up, I think that, again, that we have a basis within our humanity for civilizational unity. And I think that if we channel that basis, if we use self-love as a general rule, because obviously not everyone is going to adhere to that principle, but if we use self-love as a way to interact with the community and as a way to respect others, we can get past our political differences insofar as we can sustain a civilization and still argue honestly and earnestly like we've done tonight. So I appreciate it, guys, and this has been a wonderful conversation.
Wonderful. And where can people find you?
Oh, yeah, so you can find me on... Oh, I'm scared for this one, because this is... I've been saying some crazy stuff tonight, I guess. You can find me on Twitter, at @officialcwatson, or you can find me on YouTube. My YouTube channel is Christian Watson. You just type it in on YouTube. It's Christian Watson, Watson. And you can go to christianjwatson.com and email me if you want to. And yeah, I look forward to interacting with the folks who I've been speaking to tonight.
Wonderful. Happy to have you on. Throwing it over now to Adam Something.
Thank you. So it's been a very good discussion. Should we refer to the topics we've discussed, or should we just do generally outros?
Just the last topic and then outro.
All right, sure. So yeah, basically the fact that Americans call everything and anything left of center socialism and communism is also a product largely of the sort of this Fox News right-wing media empire, etc. As we all know, socialism equal government does thing. Oh well. Anyway, America, but the American left is like a milquetoast Saddam at best. Europe has far more left-leaning political candidates, so I don't think this is such a big issue like the leftism in America, which almost doesn't exist. Otherwise, like Chris, you said you're worried about civilizational decline and going insular and isolationism, etc. Well, that typically happens when people like in the Trump camp get elected. When they start excluding people, when isolationism gets ratcheted up. That's usually the sign of course, and patriotic education. There's nothing wrong with the country. Don't even try to fix it. All those progressives who want change in the country are enemies. That's usually there's a very good correlation with like nations dying with those when those sentiments get too popular or too loud. Otherwise, that's my 2 cents on the issue. Thank you for having me on. It's been fun. I'm on YouTube. Don't worry, you'll find me. So
Happy to have you on. And you're basically only on YouTube. You don't have like a Twitter. You don't have like anything.
I'm very concerned about my own mental health. Yes.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it to Alex Stein.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have any caution about my mental health, so that's the difference between you and me. My mental health is level insanity. But listen, guys, like I said earlier, you can find me on YouTube, Conspiracy Castle, or Twitter, Alex999. Listen, Kevin, I don't dislike you. I know we argued about stuff, but when you say cringe every single second, that's a lot of self-projection. But let me do a little cringe myself for this debate. I'm a conspiratorial person, but that doesn't mean I'm on the right side. I think that insulin costs $200 in Texas, but it's $2 in Mexico. That's wrong. We should have some sort of socialized medicine. So the problem is you guys are marginalizing people by saying,
You're a populist.
I don't like Trump. What I'm saying is you guys are putting people, you guys are marginalized people by saying people on the right are all Trump supporters. You're putting people, so really that is racist what you're doing when you do that and the way you judge like that. I'm just saying it is. So at the end of the day, I mean, when you guys judge a country based on those things, you are doing the exact same thing that you're trying to speak against. So a lot of hypocrites, a lot of people I enjoyed in this debate, a lot of people hopefully I'll get to talk to again. But at the end of the day, we really don't hate each other. We're divided by social engineers that make us hate each other. And really, most people will help somebody at the end on the side of the road if they're broken down. At least in my neighborhood, they will go get you a tank of gas. I mean, that's just how the America that I live in is, honestly.
Wonderful. And I'm gonna now throw it over to Parker.
So I think there are a lot of ideas that we do need to address. Like, for example, QAnon and anti-vax. A lot of the times people will like to just say that, like, oh, they're crazy and not necessarily address their arguments. And I know there's a lot of like actual like basis to that. A lot of them are. But we do also need to recognize that there are lots of people out there, specifically vaccine hesitant people, who are becoming susceptible to these types of arguments because their narratives are being banned and not talked about. Instead of just banning and not talking about them, we should address these arguments so that people aren't necessarily emboldened, like those ideas aren't emboldened. I am on TikTok. I go live every single day relatively. My @ is @Parker Sedgwick. It was great having a conversation today. I'm happy to have come on, and thanks for the opportunity.
Happy to have you here. Hope to have you again in the future. Now we're gonna throw it over to Pixel Smixel.
I think at the end of the day, conversation is good, but there is a lot of nuance that needs to be navigated, which sometimes gets lost on the internet. I think that anything we can do
Sorry, I'm not like paying
to make a
attention to the
democracy
game well
more
enough. I
robust
messed
is
up.
really important, including addressing things in America, such as the electoral college and media influence. As someone who lives in Australia and has seen a lot of American influence over the pandemic, it's important to me to at least see where America goes, because it really does. It has deep influence all throughout the West. When it, in my case in particular, my state leader was called a communist for trying to save people from the pandemic. So it's an interesting time to be having these conversations, but I'll keep having them. I am on very late at night American time. I cover the news. I have a decent BBC newsreader voice that I do use to cover the news as a bit of a shtick, and then we talk about it. So, yeah, I'm not afraid of differing opinions. I sometimes muddle my words because my brain goes too fast and then it comes out bad. But yeah, twitch.tv/pixelsnixel. Thanks for
Happy
having
to
me
have
on,
you
Dylan.
on.
I appreciate it.
Happy to have you. Throwing it over now to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. It's great to be here tonight. We had some pretty heated discussions and debates. That was pretty good. So I will close by saying, I think it's important to note that, yeah, the problem with the division in the United States and Western countries is not just coming from the far right. I think I made very clear to mention it's also a problem with the far left and populism in general. And any conversation that's going to address this to actually seek meaningful solutions has to ultimately focus on how do we counter and prevent and minimize and mitigate foreign interference, because that really is the big factor that changed between standard division for centuries versus now, is that now countries can meddle a lot easier via the internet, and we have been asleep to it. It's time to wake up. We got 2 Cold Wars going on right now. Our enemies know it. It's time that we woke up to it, and we had our Sputnik moments, and we actually got serious about countering the enemies of freedom and liberalism. So I'm Kevin Castley. I host Superpower Broadcasting. We stream to Twitch 7 days a week, and also upload content to YouTube daily as well, and gonna have some premieres over there again coming up in the near future. We also do gaming streams now and then, but mostly talk about foreign policy and whatnot. If you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm on Twitter at Kevin Castley, and I'm going to be doing a post show on Superpower Broadcasting to talk about this panel tonight in about half an hour over on Twitch, Superpower Broadcasting. Thanks, Dylan.
Sorry, I just hear some howling in the background. Throwing it over to Taft.
Yeah, great. I would say I grew up in a rural community and around a lot of conservatives. And I think that one thing that progressives and leftists need to know is that when you're telling people that they're like these uninformed, like idiot racist people who believe in all these conspiracy theories, you're not helping the conversation. You're not advancing it. Because what people are going to do is they're going to look at you and say, well, I don't believe in QAnon, right? Like, or I guess I know someone who believes in QAnon, but like, I don't believe in it. Or they're going to say, I don't feel racist because I don't judge people by the color of their skin, right? And in their mind, even if you believe that like having a, Black Supreme Court justice is like fighting racism, in their mind, they're going to think, well, no, that is racist because what we need is actually colorblindness. And that's what it means to be non-racist. So I think that if you really want political unity, you need to meet these people on their terms. And that means not just like totally demonizing them, even if you think that they're totally wrong. So, I mean, I think that there just needs to be a lot more open dialogue and communication from people. I would say thanks for the conversation. It was definitely fun. These are definitely hard debates to get a word in edgewise or to express nuanced, complicated ideas. But I had a good time. Follow me at Taftage.
Wonderful. Happy to have you on. And Destiny?
Definitely wouldn't have predicted at the beginning of the night that Conspiracy Castle would be the far and away most impressive debater on the panel. But, I mean, man, he made some pretty killer points. Was able to point out some big flaws in other people's arguments. So, yeah, I guess you can learn new things on these panels all the time without ever realizing it. I'm glad I'm here. It's fun, a fun exchange of ideas. And that's what America needs to truly heal, is more people talking about how everybody is a pedophile while also understanding that insulin is too high.
Outstanding. Destiny, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine, but I have to go to the gym and I'm already like an hour late. What do you want?
Well,
Wait,
yeah,
are we done? Wait, before you get weird personal stuff, are we done with the show? Or?
We mean weird personal shit, right? The fact, look, I got my camera up high so you're looking down at me in black and white so I'm non-threatening. I just want to know why the fuck you keep ducking me. Right?
I'm not ducking anything.
Bro, you're ducking me harder than my sister at a fucking hoedown, all right? Like, look, all I know is that somehow you and Dylan end up fucking meeting, right? And then he ends up sick with COVID, right? And then the match gets fucking pushed out further and further and further. When are you gonna stop ducking me, bro? That's all I want to know. So with that, you can go back. You need to go to the fucking gym. Make sure you pump out some extra fucking weight because I'm coming for that ass. CTV out.
Wow.
Ugh, why are men?
Wow.
Honestly.
It seems that
Why
What was that all
men?
about? I got your back, Destiny. I'm gonna send him a computer virus, dude. What is that
Oh,
guy's
man.
problem?
Conspiracy Castle, thank you so
Welcome.
much.
Wow, it
You're
seems that
welcome.
the
So nice.
CTV Destiny match is heating up as they continue to have beef. Destiny, you have any thoughts on that? He's calling you out.
Yeah, I need to go ahead and hurry up to the gym so that I can work on and get strong for him to fight me.
Okay.
Good night.
See you all later, buddy. See you. Bye. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
guys.
Good
See
night,
y'all.
everybody.
It's a pleasure. See you guys.
See
Thank
you
you.
guys.
Bye bye.
Crazy shit. Crazy shit. For sure. For sure. Oh my god. Destiny. He's a guy. I thought Kristen Watson had some good points. But I think a lot of his points would have required too much nuance to really go into in that kind of environment. So I don't know. I think one-on-one, I probably would have engaged with them a little bit more. There are definitely a lot of talking past people, for sure. But tomorrow we are doing a Civ stream, and I think that'll be good. That'll be fun. I mean, Conspiracy Castle, he's just like this guy that memes, which is really hard to talk to or engage with in any meaningful way. Because it's like, just spewing memes, and what do you say to that? Do you take it seriously? Do you just like roll your eyes? Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have a one-on-one conversation with Mr. Girl. But alas. But alas. Right. When I spoke to him in DMs, he said that he was feeling just like really really overwhelmed, that he had too much on his plate. I think Civ will be fun though tomorrow, because I'm talking with Akano Boy and Short Fat Otaku, and oh, I missed that. I'm distracted. Civilization 5. I mean, I think the best way is just to ignore someone like that, like the conspiracy dude. But I'm liking the new Battlegrounds patch. It's alright. I'm also playing with someone named Kyo. Yeah, let's see. Oh, Kyo, maybe Stardust, Hans. Kyo-san, yep. Gods Unchained. No, I'm not familiar. Ukraine take. It's good to give them support in negotiation or helping to bring Russia to the table for negotiation, bringing sanctions on Russia if they invade, or at least threatening them, or giving weapons to Ukraine. But we should avoid war. I don't know if I'm happy with how the panel went. I don't know. I don't think that I did well in the panel, I'll be honest. I think I did quite poorly, but I'm glad you thought that I did well. At what point does war become justifiable in your mind? I think when you have significant interest in the outcome of the war. And so the United States is a kind of country that is, because of its position, just geographically, but also economically, there's not a lot of reason to get super involved with foreign affairs. That's going to sound like a strange position because, on the same hand, the United States is also very capable of getting involved in foreign affairs. But I think that we've seen a track record of failure over and over in US foreign policy, and it's crafted by US policy elite that is not always highly qualified. It's highly, incestuous, highly nepotistic, highly corrupt, and it constantly pushes us into wars which are complete disasters. And so we need to focus more on making sure that efforts that would otherwise go to war are, really, really we're prioritizing the American people and their interests over the interests of like a select group of foreign policy elites who might specially benefit. Is there ever a moral obligation for interventionism? I'm not sure. Maybe. I think if you promise to intervene, that'd be an example of moral obligation. Do I think that Kosovo, South Korea, or Bosnia were failures of US intervention? I mean, the thing is that the result of the Korean War is that there's now a nuclear power which is highly antagonistic to the United States and isn't going anywhere. I think it's hard because when we engage in these like historical counterfactuals, there are certain edge cases where it's hard to tell, what the outcome would be without war. But we've got this very scary dictatorial state, and that is clearly not good. But I mean, frankly, I don't know enough about Bosnia, Kosovo, or South Korea. The TPRK is pretty far from antagonistic. That might be a hard take to defend.
some bumps now and then. It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard.
I'm pretty sure North Korea has tested their nukes before. But as far as I know, the establishment of like a North Korean nuclear arsenal is pretty well established. I definitely think a Mr. Girl talk would be interesting.
You're doing great out there.
Okay, I'm going to close out the stream and I'll raid Stardust. Since I raided ignoring chat last time. Alright, bye everybody. It's been lovely.